enchaîner bien sûr d'ici quelques instants avec la finale de l'Open version masculine.
Toi qui es là? Les athlètes participant à la finale Open messieurs. Il porte le dossard 31. Il fête son anniversaire aujourd'hui. Mathis Lacroix. Le numéro 38, Léo Godard. Le 141, Maxime Briand. Dossard 97, Nathan Van der Straat. Dossard 57, le vainqueur en 2024, Antoine Viertex. Avec le 81, Louen Houlgat. Le 52, Hippolyte Lacroix. Le numéro 30, from Germany, aus Deutschland, Eric Jager. Numéro 93, Antoine Ville. Le 128, Simon Duas. Le 124, Isaïe Follet. Et le 117, Arthur Moulin. Voilà, tout à l'heure, dans quelques instants, ce sera la procédure de départ. On vous demandera pendant cette procédure de respecter le silence. Voilà, athlète, vous êtes désormais sous les ordres du starter.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, ils sont partis. 200 mètres de natation, 14 boucles cyclistes, de 200 mètres elle aussi, et 5 boucles pédestres pour un total de 1000 mètres sur le dernier exercice de ce triathlon. On rappelle que les athlètes se sont qualifiés, se sont hissés en finale ce soir sur un format aquathlon ce matin. Et c'est donc la première fois qu'ils vont aujourd'hui parcourir le format triathlon avec ces 14 tours de piste. pardon, sur notamment évidemment le leadership pour les faire à droite. Et derrière, c'est mon école qui va expliquer tout ça.
Oui, et puis un envoi de texte qu'on a vu encore très très fort ce matin. Lui, il attend son heure, c'est pas forcément lui qui va terminer aux avant-postes sur la partie natation. Et après, comptez sur lui, il va envoyer. Est-ce que ce serait un coup double? Je suis pas sûr qu'on ait vu ça sur l'Open. Ça serait une grande première s'il y arrivait. Le sociétaire de l'escalier Triathlon. Mais on a bien sûr notamment Mathis Lacroix qui a envie de fêter ô combien dignement ses 22 ans aujourd'hui. Regardez le duo des frangins avec Lenny et Mathis qui sort devant le cadet Hippolyte.
Ouais, les frangins vont engager côte à côte. Pour le coup, vous étiez vraiment ensemble. Et évidemment, Trio qui peut exciter à l'idée de voir tout le monde encore l'air de l'ambition.
Derrière Simon Antoine Bertex qui fait déjà le forcé initial entre la transition en compagnie de ses partenaires Antoine Millet et Zé Follet.
C'est bon ça, c'est bon les deux Lievin qui sont partis avec un avantage intéressant, Eric.
Ah, il va y avoir un match, ça c'est pas joué, derrière on retrouve vraiment monter la strat. Gola. L'Allemand, il y a des gars qui vont peut-être avoir un peu plus de mal à tirer sur les points du jeu.
On voit vite qu'il y a fait le choix du basket, Eric. Les baskets pour facile.
On va surveiller ça. En tout cas, notre duo de folie, il y a forcément énormément de supporters du Triathlon Club de Lievin. Et si on veut vous entendre, pourquoi pas ce duo de choc, les couleurs bleu et noir de Lievin, Mathis et Hippolyte. Alors, le Web là, il a été dépassé, il est pas avec eux. Et derrière la chasse, évidemment, qui va mener, on s'y attendait pas, Antoine Bertex. Mathis est un petit peu derrière, peut-être inviter son frère à passer, on va voir ça. Un petit peu derrière encore, toujours Mathis devant pour l'instant.
Allez, c'est ça dans les canards, ça doit exploser, mesdames et messieurs. Allez, tout le monde debout, tout le monde debout, c'est la finale des Open, mesdames et messieurs.
Les pilotes, on est en embuscade avec le duo Godard en compagnie de Cyprien, mais pour l'instant, ils sont pas en mesure de se rapprocher de la tête de course. Voilà, il s'agit maintenant bien sûr de négocier les dépassements pour le duo Mathis et Hippolyte Lacroix. Allez, il est passé Hippolyte. Après que Mathis a fait donc une bonne partie du train jusqu'alors, Yvon vient de passer. Ils sont costauds tous les deux. Et évidemment, comptez sur eux pour s'entendre
I'm a savage. Drop the classic. Thinking back. Too established. Let the magic. It's automatic. Got a mask. Who was that? Living legend. Lethal weapon. Mastermind. Never tired. Tell them all. I am a second. It's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline. The deadline. Big time. I'm a head time. The red kind. Big time. I'm a living legend. Lethal weapon. Mastermind. Big time.
Ok, super, on va te laisser récupérer. Bravo, Hippolyte, encore une fois, on souhaite un très très bon anniversaire, 22 ans aujourd'hui, donc pour son frère Mathis.
Avant le plus grand combat de nos vies professionnelles. Et tout se résume à aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, soit nous guérissons, soit on s'effondre. Jeu après jeu, centimètre par centimètre, jusqu'à ce qu'on soit fini. On peut se battre pour remonter vers la lumière. Les centimètres qu'il faut gagner, ils sont tout autour de nous. Ils sont dans chaque opportunité des jeux, à chaque minute, à chaque seconde. Dans ces équipes, on se bat pour ce centimètre. Dans ces équipes, on se sent victime. Et on les sort à ceux qui sont autour de nous pour ce centimètre. Parce qu'on sait que quand on ajoutera tous ces centimètres, c'est ça qui va faire toute la différence entre gagner et perdre.
Eh bien voilà, mesdames et messieurs, vous êtes bien installés. J'ai la chance, avec nous aujourd'hui, grâce à l'Eurosport, 145 pays ont les yeux braqués sur vous. Alors notre mission est très claire. Toute notre énergie, vous allez donner aux athlètes pour les aider à se dépasser. Comment? Elle doit jaillir de vous. Je vais rejoindre mes amis. Elle doit exploser. Alors mesdames et messieurs, levez la main s'il vous plaît pour ceux qui pensent que la vie est un cadeau. Levez la main pour ceux qui pensent que le triathlon c'est beau. Et je veux que tout le monde une chose, on va remarquer que de côté du Grand Beaugrand, on a énormément amélioré la partie natation. Cette partie qui était défaut dans le trio avec la tête. Pour l'instant, à l'extérieur, vous ne le voyez pas si vous êtes en face de nous, c'est l'enneigeur.
Donc le championnat de Lievin qui est effectivement complètement à l'extérieur et qui pour l'instant a juste le meilleur chrono. À l'issue, il est passé 58-76 au 100 mètres et l'Israélien a décidé de prendre la confiance en son 125 mètres de déjà sur le retour et c'est l'avant-dernier retour pour ces hommes. Alors que Jean la tête une petite longueur à Benoît récupéré le Beaugrand mais ça ne donne pas nécessairement, ça sera pas qu'il a la chance de cette demi-finale et c'est après que maintenant le Beaugrand est champion olympique. On vous rappelle une belle médaille de bronze, c'était du côté de Tokyo en 2021 et médaille d'argent cette année passée sera du côté de Paris, donc il concourra peut-être du côté de Los Angeles pour l'or et ça serait vraiment historique pour le triathlon. Alors attends, c'est l'élite israélien qui va vraisemblablement s'exprimer d'une assez bonne position. Monsieur Tournel, championnat.
Et c'est à ce moment-là qu'on va regarder sur la ligne opposée. Quand on fait des vidéos, on a vu tout au long de la journée cette capacité à s'extraire de l'eau, de mettre une accélération pour aller chercher le haut. Et l'Israélien qui a été d'avance, il est en train de perdre l'avance complètement. Et c'est le dernier.
L'Espagnol qui a pris le lead. L'Espagnol contre Paris, qui a la première, qui a permis de progresser son placement. En démarre, il a également, on a comme le championnat, on a derrière, je vois le Beaugrand qui est arrivé, il a le néerlandais, pardon, c'est parti pour moi, c'est parti également pour Hayden Wilde. Nathan Brayel faire une marche, mais il a Hayden Wilde juste devant.
C'est parti avec les trois hommes de tête qui vont essayer de faire le meilleur. 1 minute de 3, et là, qui lui va pouvoir le faire, et tout le monde. Ceux qui sont derrière le tir sont contents, et même là, évidemment, travailler comme un âme pour montrer que derrière, ça monte. Du côté de l'Israël, Israël a décidé de faire pour lui, ici, c'est déjà pas
Qui s'est éclipsé pour laisser Nathan Brayel travailler un petit peu. Et vous allez voir, le Néo-Zélandais ne rechauffera pas la tâche non plus parce qu'il sait qu'il faut aller la chercher, cette course et cette qualification pour la finale. Allez, Nathan Brayel qui fait l'effort, petite cassure avec Hayden Wilde, et c'est peut-être à ce prix-là qu'on va secouer de l'autre côté que les Français Brayel et Richard vont pouvoir rentrer sur les hommes de tête. Attention, on sait que ça joue à très très peu. On sait également que les transitions ont un lourd impact, évidemment.
Allez, le groupe de 6 devant qui envoie derrière, ça travaille même beaucoup. Ça regarde derrière, on sait qui c'est qui s'accroche pour l'instant. Ils sont allez, dans le 3. C'est étonnant même. Allez, il fait un travail de malade mental, mesdames et messieurs.
Et c'est Brayel, hein, c'est Nathan Brayel qui pour l'instant fait un gros boulot. Et attention, voilà, Hayden Wilde en action, mesdames et messieurs, vous l'avez dit, Hayden Wilde est en train de montrer que ça commence à regarder. Regardez, le patron sans doute un des tout meilleurs cyclistes du triathlon mondial. Hayden Wilde, regardez, il a pris le commandement de son trio et c'est en train de rentrer par l'inquiétude. Il le sait, au train, ça va juste rentrer, il faut juste être capable de prendre sa roue et c'est le cas de Nathan Hayden.
La question c'est de savoir si ça va laisser des traces, ça va sûrement le dire, peut-être pas pour lui, mais derrière on sait qui s'accroche. Allez l'Espagnol qui s'accroche, je le pense également. Il a passé la roue, il ne faut pas la toucher. Allez le groupe s'est formé, ils sont 9.
Et voilà, Hayden Wilde, le patron est rentré au sein de ce pack boxé et 6 hommes de tête, ils sont désormais 9. Il n'a pas pu sur ce virage-là, il nous reste 2 tours complets. Il a envie pourtant de repasser aux avant-postes parce qu'il le sait. La transition, c'est dans un tour phare. Il y a les Kovacs qui en lancent également. Grosse vitesse sur ce dernier tour. Ouais, il est dans 7e position. Il y a les l'intérieur. Hayden Wilde fait l'intérieur. Énormissime. Hayden Wilde dans ce final, dans ce dernier tour. Transition, évidemment, avec un max de précision. Petite embouteillage. Regardez déjà. Quasiment en 2e position. Il y a une vélo dans le rack. Les baskets, une de mise. La 2e aussi. C'est parti pour l'enlèvement. Compagneur également. Kovacs et Hayden Wilde est sorti en 4e position. Le vice-champion olympique en passe de revenir en 4e position.
Allez, car ils ont distribué les gars. Il va devoir faire un travail de dingue. Attention, la carte, elles sont collées devant l'Allemagne avec le Néerlandais. Palmer qui est en 2e. Ederman qui est pris à plein de mal. Hongrois qui s'accroche derrière. Ah, ça va être chaud, ça va être très chaud.
Alors, évidemment, on a apprécié ce remplissage qui nous fait vraiment une course somptueuse également et qui fait partie des athlètes évidemment repérés. Henri Braff qui avait tout simplement terminé 4e de la toute première série mondiale du côté d'Abu Dhabi au mois de février dernier et qui avait terminé 5e sur le classement mondial des moins de 23 ans à Torremolinos, la grande finale de septembre 2024. Mais Henri Braff et l'Allemand qui monte, dont on parle de plus en plus, il empêche qu'aujourd'hui, derrière Palmer, quel ensillage, et il passe maintenant Monsieur Hayden Wilde et il est bien présent à l'avant de cette demi-finale.
Et puis ça revient derrière, regardez bien, ça va de nouveau accélérer, il reste 3 tours. 3 tours où ça va appuyer assez fortement avec notre ami Beaugrand qui fait son effort maintenant. Alors que le français, regardez, madame, monsieur, avec français, levez les mains, s'il vous plaît. Ils sont là, les français.
Et oui, d'accord, ça va être une aussi, le Beaugrand qui a pris le plus de chat, qui n'a pas de évidemment.
Et là, ça accélère d'abord, avec tout le monde, il est en train de faire exploser tout le monde. Le Néerlandais Palmer qui s'accroche, l'Espagnol et le Français. Il passe 4e, mesdames, messieurs.
Et on rappelle que les 4 premiers sont qualifiés dans ces demi-finales.
Attention derrière, ça revient. La corde nouvelle, ils ont joué le sprint. Le Néerlandais Palmer qui tente de s'accrocher. La 3e place, Beaugrand qui prend la tête dans le classement. Et l'officialisation de cette première demi-finale. Mon Dieu, qu'est-ce que c'est fort! On continue, on continue. La manière se termine maintenant, il ne reste pas tout seul. Je compte sur vous. Allez, à la ligne, il y avait José Gasso, il y avait Tom Richard, le français pour la 2e place. Victor Cohen, 11 et Tomer prend la 2e place.
Hayden Wilde qui était parti 6e à l'issue du vélo, rentré par le 6e au vélo, sorti 4e, qui s'impose, et franchement, juste la classe à l'état pur, à l'état brut.
Ah, il va falloir répéter ça tout à l'heure de la finale. Ça va pas être facile, le niveau va encore monter évidemment, surtout sur la partie natation, ça va nager très vite, encore plus vite.
Hayden, it looked like you struggled a little bit at the beginning, but then you made up at the end of the bike and on the run. You wanted to make it clear, no?
Yeah, not much of a pool swimmer, I can admit that. So a little bit out of my depth here, but hey, I'm enjoying it. The atmosphere's fantastic. I just thought I'd wait a little bit on the bike. Yeah, still got another race, so pretty chill. And then, yeah, just kind of start to string it out. Didn't want like 8 guys to do a sprint finish because you never know what could happen. You could trip up. There's a couple little, uneven surfaces. So, yeah, looking forward to it and to the finals. So, happy days.
Get some rest. We'll see you in a couple of hours.
Yeah, sounds good.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the elite men athletes second semi-final of the 2025 T1 Indoor Triathlon World Cup Lievin. Wearing number 3 from France, Yannis Seguin. Wearing number 5 from Italy, Nicola Sano. Athletes, you're now in the hands of the starter.
Ils sont partis, mesdames et messieurs, le deuxième finale avec encore 4 premiers qualificatifs pour la grande finale. Bien évidemment, on a vu Léo Fernandez, on a vu Yannis Seguin, on peut entamer cette partie de natation avec le maximum d'énergie.
Exactement, vous regardez bien, mesdames et messieurs, parce que les Autrichiens, depuis le milieu de journée, ils étaient partis dans cette élection du milieu de journée, ils ont enlevé les 4 et ils ont remplacé les 4 là. Tout ce qui s'est fait passer était la partie vélo, donc ils prennent la mesure de perdre du temps sur le terrain pour gagner entre eux. Ça va permettre de se qualifier lors de l'adversaire. Alors tout de suite, ici, pour cette demi-finale, sera le but de.
Allez, en attendant, les Français sont bel et bien à l'avant de cette course avec notamment Léo Fernandez, Pablo Beaugrand et Yannis Seguin. Ils ont rendu les Français.
Est-ce que tout le monde a des questions de l'autre conseil de pas de porter, voilà, comme vous êtes tout à l'heure, toute cette énergie qui est l'ambition, c'est de donner, de transmettre à ces athlètes pour qu'ils se surpassent.
Et c'est notamment pas de l'auto pour l'instant. Espoir, qui est dans la catégorie moins de 23 ans, pas de l'auto. À la lutte numéro 5, qui est tout simplement le leader majeur sur ce début de course. Évidemment, il reste une cinquantaine de mètres à effectuer. Et le passage à 150 est en plus 29,86.
Pour le centre de problème, c'est énorme. Allez, c'est comme une continue à bien faire le droit. C'est triste. La dernière minute pour Pablo qui va donc sortir de l'arrière de régler la sortie de l'eau. Certains s'éjettent assez rapidement, d'autres c'est un peu plus compliqué. C'est perdu de 2 secondes. Il y a pas ça sur la droite de proposer. Allez, ça sort de la main, monsieur. Les Français. Oui, les Français, les messieurs.
Allez, James Edgar, et là aussi, on va aller prendre le Fernandez et Yannis Seguin dans un mouchoir de poche, mais c'est d'aller vers l'espoir. Pablo Soto, qui, eh bien, tout simplement, pour l'instant, a le meilleur temps d'attention. Attention, justement, à nos Autrichiens avec Wittsteiner.
Eh bien, l'Autrichien, lui, il a opté, hein, il a mis un coup d'accélérateur parce qu'il met ses baskets. Mais il est bien là, il est bien. Attention aux Autrichiens, ils ont déjà les baskets au pied. Allez, le Français qui part en tête, monsieur, vous le poussez. Est-ce que c'est une bonne idée d'être tout devant pour avoir ça, suivre ça? Pablo Soto, le Français en tête.
Regardez, Yannis Seguin qui a tout simplement envie de faire quelques tours avant de la course, c'est aussi beaucoup de risques.
Allez, on va maintenant une assez poussée. Ils sont dans le triomphe, de toute façon. Qu'est-ce qu'il disait Olivier? Là, c'est bien, mais voilà, c'est très stratégique. Quand on est dedans, on s'expose évidemment au tour. On est juste dans la deux touches. Les Autrichiens sont à l'extérieur. Ça, c'est tout. En tout cas, ça a étiré le peloton. Ça a étiré le peloton. Il y a l'Italien qui veut faire des choses. Celui qui fait. Il y a un peu de largeur et ils sont à 3-4 de fond. L'Italien qui attaque. L'Italien qui attaque sur l'extérieur. Et ça gagne bien. Il a mis une grosse accélération. Celui qui arrive à parler, il reste toujours bien concentré.
Alors on vous rappelle qu'on a un Autrichien qui a les baskets sur le vélo et qui a son autre, je ne suis pas sûr qu'il est le vélo. On a Sylvain.
Il y a deux Suisses, il y a deux Autrichiens, les deux Autrichiens ils sont tous rouges, ils sont tous rouges, mais on va pas les faire. attaquer. Regardez. Oh là 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 là, mon Dieu. Mon Dieu, ça va tellement vite. Excusez-moi de vivre ces virages.
Et Nicolas, ah non, c'est pas Nicolas Zano, c'est l'autre italien maintenant, c'est Hayden Wilde qui a pris le lead maintenant alors que nous sommes à 2 tours de l'arrivée.
Allez, c'est gauche, accéléré et toujours le premier qui s'étire.
La cloche, attention, le dernier tour, mesdames et messieurs. Alors là, c'est important, c'est primordial de se placer correctement, sans faire d'erreur de pilotage, bien évidemment. Erreur de lead, le retour dans la position.
Allez, les Français qui sont bien placés. Léo Fernandez qui a maîtrisé son vélo. J'ai vu qu'il allait se mettre par terre. Attention, regardez bien les autres tricheurs, ils vont partir avant tout le monde.
Oh, il y a ce gars qui nous fait une très belle transition également.
Et voilà, c'est ça. Les deux autres tricheurs qui sont partis. Regardez bien.
Et derrière, ils ont Yannis Seguin qui est vraiment pas loin derrière. Et
exactement. Alors, avec le bien, c'est tricheur, il est incroyable. On l'a vu sur la première série. Et puis, il avait vu qu'il était complètement largué. Il avait lâché complètement les femelles. Il était en fin de séquence. Vraiment, on récup total. Il a fait une course supplémentaire. C'est notre tricheur qui est en tête. Derrière les Français qui recollent. Allez, il faut combler le coup de retard des Français avec Léo Fernandez qui fait travail.
le retour de Isoton, majeur. Les Français, Fernandez et Isoton qui sont en train de faire le tour. C'est ceux qui sont derrière. L'Autrichien de tête. On vous rappelle que l'homme de tête est autrichien, il s'appelle Thomas Windischbauer.
Il a bien 25 mètres d'avance avec un groupe qui sert de je crois que c'est l'italien. Derrière, il y a deux italiens qui s'élancent. C'est l'italien. C'est. Voilà, laissez-moi voir. L'italien qui s'approche comme il peut.
Voilà, c'est parti, c'est parti. Quel talent, quel talent. Attention, je crois que le bien est en train de non pas ralentir, mais céder sous les coups de boutoir de James Edgar. Attention à James Edgar qui est en train de revenir. Mais quelle foulée, quelle foulée.
Et regarde, James Edgar qui a son tricheur, qui a eu un réflexe, il a regardé sa montre. Il a regardé le panneau. Allez, regarde, James Edgar qui accélère. Allez, lui, il est en train de déposer le tricheur, qui est peut-être parti un peu vite. Derrière les Italiens qui travaillent avec le Suisse, mesdames, messieurs. Et les Français, ils sont pas loin. Allez, allez, on les pousse, on les encourage.
Allez, on vous rappelle que les 4 premiers seront en finale A de ce tournoi, la grande finale. James Edgar, ça a l'air plutôt bien parti. Attention, Nicolas Hayden, le dénigrant italien. On a également un Autrichien, Alors, Léo Fernandez serait en 5e position. Est-ce que c'est la photo finish? On ne sait pas comment ils vont être départagés. On va attendre évidemment
Well, James, congratulations. It was a really, really close. You were all together throughout the whole race. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's a good semi-final. I had a better swim than I had this morning, and trying to hang on to the group on the bike was pretty hard. A lot of guys cutting up and out of the way and clipping pedals on the curves and everything, and then coming to the T2, someone had put their bike into my slot, so I just had to leave it beside and hope that I'm not going to get a penalty for the back of that. Caught up to the front of the group pretty quick and just thought, well, I'm going to have to put it on the line here and just go for it, so that's all I did, and thankfully it paid off, but I was hurting in the last lap.
Get some rest, congratulations, see you in a bit.
Sorry?
Get some rest, I said, congratulations, and see you in a while.
Thank you very much, gonna need it.
Doesn't it? Seconds here, seconds there, particularly in that transition zone, can make all the difference.
Mitch Colkman did this in his heat earlier today. He got on his bike and he went and he was like, well, if you're going to come with me, you've got to come back to me. I'm not waiting for anybody. And that proved a really good tactic for him. He obviously made it through with ease to this semi-final, but he's making those athletes behind him chase, and he might well get caught, but what might happen is he'll get caught by this group of 4 or 5 behind him rather than everybody in the field, and we might still see some separation in the bike by the time we come into transition again.
So this year compared to last year, we've made the swim 50 metres longer. And Vicky, do you think that's just to try and get a bit more separation in this bike lane?
Well, if it is, it's working.
Yeah.
I would say from watching back, refreshing my memory on the races of last year compared to this year, we've already seen a lot more separation on the bike. On the whole, they do still tend to come together. It's not really long enough in that swim to make big gaps, but we are seeing those gaps starting to happen. And as we look at the track now, we've got athletes all over it, so I'm not sure this one's going to totally come back together again.
So Mitch Coltman still out in front, being chased by Chase McQueen in second.
Yeah, David Lang's also in that as well. He's, I think, our youngest competitor here today. He's still a junior athlete. Yeah, just out of the junior ranks. He was 4th at World Juniors last year. He's from Luxembourg, and so he's in that pack. But he's not one of our highest ranked athletes at all, and he's made it in there.
It must be good if you're a junior athlete, you come here and you're able to compete with the very best in the world. That must give you a lot of confidence.
It's sort of a rite of passage, you know, you go through the junior ranks and then you start stepping up and doing first sort of continental cup type tier races, and then this is obviously a world cup tier race, followed by the very top tier that we have of World Series. And to get into a race like this and to feel that you've got as good a shot as anybody, the confidence of youth I'm sure will be there as well. But then to race in the way he's racing, I'm sure no matter what his result, he'll be able to take away a huge amount of confidence again from what he's done here today.
I'm sure he will. He'll be speaking to his coach, I would imagine, immediately after this race. But let's focus back on the front, shall we? Because Chase McQueen has overtaken Coltman, and then we've got, as we mentioned, David Lang back there in third and Antoine Duval in fourth.
Yeah, they just slowed up a little bit, and you can see that that chasing group of 3 led by Shasha Sakiva, they're going to catch on quite quickly now. So what was a front group of 5 is going to become 8, and I actually think our 9th placed athlete is going to catch on to the back as well. So then we're just going to be left with a couple of athletes who haven't made it.
Tactically speaking then, do you think someone like Mitch Coltman, who has expended a lot of energy on this bike leg to try and stay out in front, do you think maybe actually it's better tactically to try and stay within the group?
Yes, but what he did is just make them work hard to get to him. So all he did was just ride hard for the first lap or two, make them all charge after him. So they've probably expended as much, if not more, energy than he has. Right now, he's keeping his position good. He's still near the front of the pack, but he's not really leading. He's definitely not leading the entire thing. So I think he's actually played it pretty smart. I think that's a pretty decent tactic to have at this point.
As I say, look away, and the lead changes once more because we've got Antoine Duval and Vidal out in front.
Yes, we've got all 10 of those top athletes, all the way down to Chevy Kendall. He's in that front pack now as well. He was that last athlete who was just making it on. He's still dangling just a few meters off, but I think he's close enough that he will come into that transition zone with them, and they're now taking the bell. One more lap to go for all 10 of them hit transition zone together. Not quite the whole pack, not quite all 12 of them, but 10 of them are going to hit transition together.
And actually McQueen there has kind of dropped all the way back. Well, he's trying to go around the outside, which he's doing, but he's dropped quite far back, hasn't he? He's now in 5th or 6th.
Yeah, and it's not a particularly wide area as they come in.
Oh, he just went over his head.
Yeah, that was a manoeuvre, wasn't it?
Wow, unorthodox there.
I mean, sometimes they just come off at such speed, it's hard to control the bike in your hand, and things do sort of fly around all over the place. But here we go, the young Luxembourg athlete, as we mentioned before, David Lang, he's leading the way, and I just think, what a debut experience for a 19, 20-year-old lad to be out here leading the way and putting his marker down and saying, hey, I want a piece of that A final too. Hayden Wilde, who?
He's not going to go home wandering, is he? He's giving it his absolute all in this semi-final. He'll, at worst, hope he makes the B final, but right now he's got his eyes set on that A final, and he looks pretty good for it, doesn't he?
He does. He looks like he's got good high turnover, but he's working for it, but he's making everybody else chase him. And again, that's similar to what Coltman did on the bike. He might be working hard, but he knows that everybody else is working hard too. Behind him, we've got Sagiv, and again, I mentioned it a couple of times already. He was so disappointed with the way his semi-final ended last year. After it looking like he was in a really strong position to make that A final, he's put himself in 2nd right now, looking like he's going to make it through.
So Chase McQueen, the highest ranked athlete in this semi-final, is struggling here.
Really struggling. He's off the back of the main pack here, so he's currently running in 10th place. And it looks like he just hasn't got the legs for it. He's looking tight through his shoulders. His stride's quite short right now. I mean, I thought in the swim he was just taking it easy, but the fact that he's not looking good right now just makes me wonder if he's battling a little bit of something, maybe some illness or something not going quite right for Chase today.
Interesting, because the E-World Triathlon Championships is a long day as well, but you actually race a lot more than you do in this competition here. So
yeah, it's like multiple rounds back to back. It's quite brutal, yeah.
It really is. It really is. That event in a couple of weeks' time. But right now our focus is here in Lievin. And at the moment, David Lang is still out in front. He's got Kolkman just behind him.
We have got 4 athletes clear in this semi-final, so that's the first time that's happened, that it's become really evident who the 4 are, looking like they're going to take those spots really early on. They've got just over 1 lap left to run now. Mitch Kolkman in the front, David Lang in second, Chacha Sakiz in third, and Antoine Duval in fourth. And again, Duval did not look good in his heat this morning. He looked like a bit sluggish, a bit like he was struggling. He's looking much better now, and he's got decent gap behind him back to 5th place. So it's looking pretty set that it's going to be these 4 athletes.
Well, Norbel is trying to give it a good go. He's absolutely flying behind, but I think he's left it a bit too late.
This is a really late sprint, isn't it? And those athletes have got to check behind them. They've got to look behind them. They can't just settle on the fact that they think they're there, because he is coming
for them.
He is going to get them.
Norbel from Austria might just get this. Oh, he just left it too late. Goodness me.
And I was screaming in my head at those athletes, you've got to look around. You think you're clear, but they hadn't checked from about 150 metres out, and that is too long in this kind of racing. Things change too quickly.
Yeah, so Kolkman takes that, and we'll get confirmation shortly of who the other finalists were. We were a little bit distracted there by Norbel going through, but what a brilliant finish. And again, in this form of triathlon, you just have to lay it all out, because you don't want to go home wondering what you could have had left.
I actually think it was Kindle. Norbel's, it was Kindle. It wasn't. They've got very similar looking names on their race suits, but it was Chebby Kindle. He was the one who came through. Yes, there we go. Confirmation on the results.
Well done, Vicky.
Spotted.
Well done. Confirmation then that it's Mitch Kolkman out in first, Duval in second, Sargiv in third, and David Lang, the young athlete from Luxembourg, makes his way into the final. Right, let's hear from Mitch Kolkman. He's speaking now.
Mitch, congratulations. Well done again on the semi-final. You made your point on the pool and then continued to push hard all on the bike and run, no?
Yeah, it was good. This is what I came to do here, and I'm just happy I made the A final again. You never know what's going to happen in such a short format. I started at the back of the run. I had to push really hard, but I mean, with all the people in the stands, you have to push, and we're gonna make myself ready for another round.
What is the plan now for cooling down and preparing for the next race?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on the turbo, and then we're gonna do it one more time, and then hopefully we can end the day in a good way.
Well done today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So a trip to the turbo for Mitch Kolkman. He makes his way out of the arena. Vicky, I'll tell you what, we'll come back to that in a minute, because we're going to get the start list now. We were going to get the start list now for the women's semi-final, but let's go and talk about that, shall we? And I guess, look, there's only one name really, isn't there, that everyone here is looking forward to seeing. That's the Olympic gold medalist and the reigning world triathlon champion, Cassandre Beaugrand.
Oh, I think it would not be an overstatement to say that she is a megastar in France right now after her glorious win at the Olympic Games on home soil, sort of fulfilling the prodigious talent we knew she'd had for 10 years or more. She did that last year, and now she comes back here as Olympic champion. Everyone wants to see her.
They certainly do. We're going to pause now and listen to this reception for their Olympic champion.
Wearing number 1 from France, Paris 2024 Olympic champion, 2024 world champion, and Tokyo 2020 Olympics mixed relay medalist, Cassandre Beaugrand.
And understandably, that is the biggest reaction that we've heard so far from this packed out crowd. She is the woman that they are here to see.
Yeah, she's become an absolute superstar of the sport, hasn't she? And all throughout the practice days yesterday and the day before, she's been signing autographs for kids. Seems like she's enjoying this part of her newfound status in France.
She's definitely embracing it. It's not something that I think she would admit comes particularly naturally to her. She's a relatively shy person, but she's definitely embracing her new role. Now, we should probably mention the two athletes that have just come out after her, the two German athletes, Tanja Neubert and Annika Koch. Not slouches either, those two athletes. They're from a really increasingly strong German team. They seem to have so many strong female athletes coming through at the moment. Tanja Neubert, however, having a pretty bad heat earlier on today, didn't make the semi-final out of that and has had to do the repechage. So she's another athlete that's had to race multiple times today.
Yeah, she certainly is. Neubert was also part of that German team that won the mixed relay with Henry Graf in Abu Dhabi. So already tasted winning this season, which I'm sure feels pretty good.
And she had a good race in the individual race at Abu Dhabi as well. So we were expecting a lot from her today, but she didn't quite have it in the heat. Sometimes that's just the case. You need to sort of wake your body up as you go along. Should also have a quick mention of Norg Muir. She's going to be racing in lane 9, though she was the fourth athlete that came out from Switzerland. She won her heat earlier today convincingly. She looked really good in her heat. No one was even close to her, so she'll be hoping to make it to the A final as well.
Yeah, she made it to the final last year, did the Swiss athlete, finished 6th. She'll hope to go a few places better, I'm sure, this year. So the first of 3 women's semi-finals gets underway. Just a reminder, we've got a 200-metre swim, which is 8 lengths of this 25-metre pool. And Vicky Holland alongside me. Cassandre Beaugrand already out in front.
She has the most majestic stroke. I've always thought she swims just so beautifully. And she has great speed with that. What I noticed there on the first 25 metres was her turnover. It was incredibly high. And look how far ahead she is of the other athletes, especially the other athlete in her lane already. She's just a phenomenal swimmer. Her running has always been incredible, and finally she's shown us what she can do over the 10-kilometre distance, and hence why she won the Olympic Games. But she's also really worked hard on her cycling. She's no longer an athlete that was considered that we could get rid of her on the bike. You know, she has now become the all-round package, and I guess that's just shown by the fact she's currently the Olympic champion.
Yeah. What was she like to race against?
Well, just say quickly, she turned in a 1:01 there. That's a pretty decent split there. That's faster than some of the men were doing earlier today, so just worth noting that. To compete against Cassandre is, well, more and more so now. You kind of know she's in the race and she's there, but when you come to the run, you're probably going to see a clean pair of heels from her, because she just looks so easy when she races. And I remember saying back in 2016, I was asked who to watch out for, who were the stars coming up, and that was when I was at the peak of my career, having just won my Olympic medal. And the 2 names I mentioned were Georgia Taylor-Brown and Cassandre Beaugrand. And I like to think that was good calling by me. That was good future telling by me to see that these athletes were going to be special. And it took Cassandre quite a long time to really hone her skills and to get that all-round package delivered, but she moved to Loughborough in the end of 2022, I think, and so spent 2 seasons there, not enjoying perhaps maybe the British weather, but really benefiting from the group and the training and the coaching that she received there from Gav Smith, and ultimately became both world and Olympic champion.
Well, she's looking very, very good here. She's come out the pool first and is leading by what looks like a country mile, to be honest, at the moment.
That's
and
right.
The rest of the athletes, I'm sure, will try and have something to say about that. But right now, Cassandre Beaugrand is in a world of her own out front. She will get a nice, clean entry here into the transition area.
We should say in the heat this morning, she was so far ahead of athletes, she was lapping them within a few laps on the bike because she was so far ahead out of the swim. So I'm not sure that will happen again right now, but she's already on her bike, and there are some athletes only running into the transition area now. So she's got a really big head start once again.
Should probably give a mention as well to the couple of British athletes that have made it through to the semi-final. Both came through the repechage, and Laura Atkinson, the lucky loser, actually, from hers.
Yeah, she got the fastest loser spot, or lucky loser as we're calling it. She's a relatively young athlete. This, I believe, is her first World Cup experience. So, again, this year is such a mix of athletes. You've got athletes like Cassandre Beaugrand, reigning Olympic and world champion, who are at the very top of our sport, and they're attending this event, similar to Hayden Wilde. And then you've got athletes, quite a lot I noticed as I was researching them all ahead of this event, and it's their first World Cup. So really a big, big gap in kind of experience and also ability level, and that's great to have that at an event like this, but it does mean occasionally we're going to see these big discrepancies, and we're going to see Cassandre right now, for example, be just kind of off the front on her own for a little while.
It certainly does. I mean, it's crazy to think, having just had Paris only last summer, that we're talking about the next Olympic cycle.
Yeah.
But for athletes, I guess you've got to start thinking about that.
And as the camera pans out, we should be able to see that Cassandre Beaugrand is incredibly close to a group of 5 athletes that she's coming up on and to lap. Now, there was a bit of confusion over what they're supposed to do this morning, but the correct ruling is that Cassandre should be able to take the inside line, and the group of athletes that she catches up to should all move to the outside of the track. Now, that, of course, only happens if they realise that she's there, but it does look like they've realised. That's Tanya Nuber on the front of that pack. She's realised that Cassandre Beaugrand is there, and Cassandre needs to go on the inside. However, 2 of the other athletes haven't noticed. They're sort of blocking Cassandre from getting through. She's sort of taking measures into her own hands, it seems. She looked like she's maybe going to go around the outside there, but this is the sort of situation we don't really want to see. We don't want to see Cassandre onto the back of that pack, but she is supposed to go through, but the athletes have to let her go through.
And I imagine all the athletes were told exactly that, what to do in this situation, just to make it as clean as possible.
Yeah, it's interesting because they are riding a lane out and Cassandre hasn't gone through. So I'm not entirely sure what that's about. She should be taking that lane 3 and she should be riding up the inside of there. She hasn't done that, and I'm not entirely sure why, because I'm pretty sure they will have gone through that after what happened in the heats this morning.
Because as an athlete in that pack, you've got to look after your own race a bit as well, right?
Well, of course, and they're doing the right thing. They're getting out of the way. She's tacked onto the back of that pack, which I don't think she should be there. And she's got an opportunity to go up the inside. So this is just something I wasn't expecting to see in the semi-finals, if I'm really honest. We had a similar situation this morning. There was a lot of confusion over what should have happened and who should have done what. But now we've got it again, and I thought that would probably have been cleared up by now. Because it's giving Cassandre really quite a big advantage. She's now taken a lap on the whole field because the pack that she's in is about to catch up to the other pack. And so everybody in that pack is 1 lap behind Cassandre Beaugrand.
And what is the effect of her being able to sit on the back wheel of that pack?
Oh, about 20 to 30% easier. So it's a massive advantage. Yeah, this is an interesting situation. I'm not sure what the officials are going to do about it. I'm not sure if they're going to do anything about it. If they do something about it, there's going to be a lot of upset here in the home crowd, that's for sure, because she is most certainly the woman that we've all come to see. I'm wondering if she hasn't been informed that she was what she was supposed to do. It's become clear now that those 2 packs have merged together, that the people who were in the front of that pack haven't realised that she's there because they haven't moved out of the way from lane 3. The bell went there, but the bell is only for Cassandre.
And that will be really interesting. Hopefully
whether the
all
other
the athletes
have noticed that, because they might not realise she's there, and that bell was only for Cassandre. No, some of them are getting off.
Yeah, some of them are getting
off.
So
they're getting off a lap early.
Yeah.
So this is a complete mess, and see, some of them are going round, some of them are getting off.
Yeah. And
right.
I think, so they've all managed to get back on the track, but the order has completely changed.
Exactly, and this is the kind of mess we obviously didn't want to happen. It doesn't look neat, it doesn't look tidy. But Cassandre is the only one who's going out on the run. Here we go, so she's heading out onto the run now. Clearly ahead of everyone, a mile ahead of everybody.
And the home crowd are roaring their approval for just how good Cassandre Beaugrand has been in this semi-final so far. She is out in front by some way, and behind her we should probably talk about the athletes who are going to try and also qualify for this final too. It's Noel. It's Annabelle Koch, I beg your pardon.
Yes, Annika.
Annika Koch,
right,
I beg your pardon, out in second. and then the Spanish athlete in third.
I think that might be Sarah Guerrero-Manso
Yes,
in second. Sorry, in third, of course. It's hard to remember sometimes that Cassandra's actually in the same race. She's so far in front. And then that's Nora Gmür in fourth place. And as I said, she had a really, really strong heat earlier today. She looked totally in control, running half a lap ahead of everybody else. And she's tucked in there nicely into fourth place. So coming from behind her is Tanja Nubert. Now again, she had a really poor heat but made it through the repechage. That means that she's raced one more time than a lot of the athletes in this semi-final, and it doesn't look at the moment like she's got another gear that she's going to need if she wants to make it up to those three athletes in front of her and contend for one of those top four spaces.
So just a reminder, it's going to be 4 athletes. The top 4 athletes go through to the A final. The next 4 will go through to the B final. And right now it's looking almost certain it will be Cassandre Beaugrand, but we've got this chasing pack of 3 athletes, and then there's again another big gap behind them to five onwards.
That's right, and we've got eyes on Cassandra right now, and she is utterly jogging. I mean, she's got the luxury of doing that. She's so far ahead of those other athletes heading out onto the run. They're actually now only about 50 metres behind her. I say only, like that's close, but it is considering she was a full 200 metres ahead of them when they're on the bikes. But yeah, she's just jogging her way around the track. She's got about 2 laps to go now, and those 3 athletes behind are tracking her, but she doesn't have to worry about them. If she needed to, she could put her foot down.
You said this is a huge luxury, isn't it, for Cassandra? As she heads into the final, she's going to arrive a lot less tired than some of the other athletes.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive benefit that she's had at this point. Yeah, she shouldn't really be able to do it this easily, but I guess if you're that level of athlete, then maybe you can. I'm not sure I've ever been this far ahead in a race ever.
We should say as well, she set a new French record in the 5K just last month. She ran a 14:53
on the road, yes.
On the road, which is hugely impressive as well.
And it's interesting because so many athletes in post-Olympic year aren't sure what to do with themselves, and it's one thing if you are coming to the point where you want to step up in distance or go and do something different totally, but if you're going to stick with the distance and the discipline that you're doing, and you've been as successful as Cassandra, it must be really hard to find the motivation to sort of really keep trying to chase those goals, because she's achieved absolutely everything there is to achieve in our sport. Yet she started the season with an absolute bang with that 14:50, and here she is strolling her way into the A final in front of a home crowd.
Oh, she gestures to the home fans there as she crosses the finish line. It's Cassandre Beaugrand in first, Annika Koch in second, Manso in third of Spain, and Gmür of Switzerland in fourth. They will progress to the final.
Annabelle Morton there, our first British athlete across the line. She came through the repechage as well and has just missed out on a place in that A final. She was 5th, so that puts her into the B final. But having, as I said, come through the repechage after a really poor heat this morning, that's a really strong turnaround. She won her repechage, 5th in her semi-final with, of course, the Olympic and world champion. And now she'll go into the B final later this evening.
5th, the hardest place to finish, really, in a semi-final like this.
Yeah, definitely. No fastest loser spots available. It is simply 1 to 4.
So confirmation then of the results here. Beaugrand going through in first, Koch in second, Manso from Spain in third, and Gmür from Switzerland in fourth. So Vicky, just tell me what the likes of these athletes are going to be doing right now. Obviously it's a unique event, and what, they're going to go get some food, going to go out, you know, we heard Coltman say he was going to stay on the turbo trainer. What will they be looking to do?
Well, absolutely. So they will now go back into the sort of underneath of the arena. They'll go down there, they'll go for a jog, they'll get on their turbo trainers. They will indeed be eating something, a bit of refueling. And then it'll just be putting your feet up and trying to just be as calm as possible till it's time to go again.
All right, well, it's time to welcome the athletes now who are taking part in the second women's semi-final.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
And another couple of very strong athletes from Germany.
2025 T1 Indoor Triathlon World
Nina Eim, who's going to come out first, has an amazing record here. She won in 2019, she won in 2022, she hasn't taken part since. Vicky, she could go for 3 in a row.
Well, there you go, yeah, 3 in a row for the ones that she's done, and she's also in great form. She recently won her first World Series medal, that's our top tier of racing, at the first race of the series in Abu Dhabi in February. She came second there. I know she's in good form. She was at the Olympic Games last year as well. She's still a young athlete, but she's a really rapidly improving athlete and growing in confidence, it seems.
Cassandre Beaugrand of France taking the applause of the home fans.
Probably our sort of second French athlete that we've got here after Cassandre Beaugrand in terms of the level and the standard that Beaugrand's been at. She's been to many, many World Cup races and podiumed and even won World Cups in the past, so she'll be hoping to return to some of that form this evening here today and give the home crowd an extra person to cheer on. Yul Behrens there as well, worth mentioning. She made it through repechage. She's one of our younger athletes at just sort of 21, I think, years of our age. She was second at World Juniors a few years ago, has shown a lot of promise, but hasn't quite been able to deliver that as she's stepped up in age.
Yeah, finished 5th here in 2022, so knows her way around this
She
very
also
unique track.
had a really nasty crash in 23, so that's probably hampered her progress a little bit, but she is, by all accounts, back fit and healthy now. I know she's a big training partner of Lara Lindemann as well. They do a lot of their training together, so if some of that magic can rub off on her, I'm sure she'd take it.
Okay, so I think we've got all of our athletes now just by the pool. We'll wait for the starter to get them going.
Now in the hands of the starter.
So the second of the women's semi-finals gets underway here in Lievin. And we will keep an eye here on who is able to take an early lead at the moment as they hit 25 metres.
I would say that's Jolien Vermeulen there in the yellow hat on the far side of the pool. She's the Belgian athlete. We expect her to be our best swimmer more than likely in this heat. She did a really good swim in her heat earlier on today. Known across triathlon as one of our better swimmers as well.
How much of an advantage is it that a lot of these athletes have raced here before? I mean, I know we've just seen Cassandre Beaugrand, who hasn't raced here before, do what she's just done, but it must help to have gone through this process and these transitions.
Oh, definitely. It's a unique race, and there's a lot of logistics to it that are very different to a normal triathlon. In terms of when you have to turn up and drop your bike, you don't get to rack your bikes yourself. The officials do that because you can't have athletes crossing the track when other races are going on. And we're very tight on timings here as well. So there's a lot of nuances to this kind of event. From racing it, from how to recover, from how to prepare for rounds, multiple rounds in a day. So those athletes who have been before definitely have an upper hand on how to prepare for the later races.
So Vermeulen's still out in front, looking pretty good. And then I think we've got the Spanish athlete Raimundo in the near side lane just behind her.
Yeah, that'd be right. No one particularly close to the Belgian athlete at this moment, as she seems to almost have that shot there shows a clear pool that she's got, really.
We expect these legs have been going just over 2 minutes, haven't they? So 2 minutes in the pool before they make their way to the track, which will be...
We expect somewhere in the high 2:0s into 2:10 maybe for these athletes in the water.
Yeah. Talk us through this transition area where you literally have to get out the pool and onto the carpet.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. So 2:07 she touched the wall in there. There's no ledge or anything, and it is relatively deep, so you almost have to put your feet down to the bottom of the pool and push up. If you don't do that, you almost have to just haul yourself out with no traction, no push, and that's really difficult. So it's a bit of a slow way of getting out the pool. It probably doesn't look the most professional, but it is the best way to do it.
we're not here to be graceful, are we?
No,
we're here to be
no.
fast.
That's Lena Meissner there coming in second, and Rosa Tapia-Vidal is in third. She's had a couple of really good swims. She was second out in her heat as well, third out in her semi-final. That's really good from her. She's not always known as having the best swims, so that's actually, I think, really strong racing from her. Nina, I'm right behind her as well, so that's a strong first four athletes out onto the bike with Vermeulen, I'm, Tapia-Vidal and Meissner. Meissner especially really strong athlete on the bike. If those four can get away, they'll be delighted, I'm sure.
Yeah, Meissner made her 70.3 debut last year. She got second place in Valencia, third in Switzerland. Does doing events like that help to improve your swimming because it's longer?
I wouldn't say it helps to improve your swimming, it helps to improve that endurance that you've got, and maybe it's not the best thing for an event like this, but for other triathlon events, for sort of the Olympic distance, that standard distance, stepping up and doing middle distance racing can definitely be an advantage and definitely help you find a different level of fitness that you might not have otherwise. Well, these four athletes, they're not hanging around, and they've got roughly 80 metres on the next athletes coming behind them and over 100 metres on the back six athletes, so they are not hanging around here. They really are trying to force this break to go.
So at the moment it's Meissner out in front, followed by Im, then we've got Vermeulen and Vidal in that leading group.
That's right. And it's in their interest for this break to stick because there's four of them. It's the perfect number in this race. Because there's four of them, if they really continue to push this bike and come off with a nice gap to the four of them, they can take their foot off the gas for the run, jog round and still take those four spots for the A final.
That will certainly be the plan, but Raimundo leading that next group might have something to say about that. So,
well, that's it. It just makes everybody in the race work harder. So this will be a semi-final that ends up with quite a fast overall time because the front four are pushing on, which means the ones behind have no choice but to push on if they want any chance of being in those top four athletes. They're coming up to lap an athlete here, so they're going to catch one of those athletes. That's Casals, I believe, of Spain that they're just going past now. And again, a little bit of confusion there. I believe should have gone the other way around. Should have been Casals, should have moved out for them, and they should have gone through the inside, but they're round now. They've gone past her now, and now it's imperative that Casals drops back because she isn't allowed to draft off these athletes because they've lapped her.
I mean, it's the only way to tell the person there. You just have to shout at them and say, behind.
Yeah, coming behind.
Coming behind,
And to be fair, in an environment like this where it is incredibly loud, both the announcer that we've got, the crowd noise, it's hard to hear down there. You've got the noise of, I say wind, but it is air resistance in your ears as you're riding around, even though we are indoors. You can't hear very much.
Yeah. Yeah. So that four still out in front. We've got a couple of laps left.
They're actually gaining even more ground on the athletes that are behind them, if you like. They are coming up. They're less than 50 metres now behind that pack that is everybody from 5th back to 11th place. They've only got just coming up now for 2 laps left, but it looks like just at the end of this bike leg, they're going to catch up to the back. Something we just didn't see this in the men's racing. I think this again, it just signifies the differences in levels that we've got here today, from the very, very best in the world to people who are just starting out on their triathlon careers and people who are only racing their first World Cup races here today. And it's really important that we have all of those levels represented at an event like this. That's absolutely what it is about. It just means when we've only got a 200-metre track to race around that occasionally we see a little bit of messiness in the racing as well.
Yeah, it does, but I'm sure plenty of good lessons here for those younger athletes as well. Or
imagine getting to race against the Olympic champion in your first ever go at a World Cup. I mean, it's pretty special, isn't it? So hopefully, no matter what their actual results were, where they finish on the day, they've got something special to take home with them.
Certainly do. All right, so Nina, I'm there in the transition zone, putting on her, Is that talcum powder they've got down there?
Yeah, often athletes do that. It just helps when your feet are a bit wet, a bit sweaty, you know. Sometimes as well when we are outdoors and we've got sand in our feet as well, it just helps to get your feet on a little bit easier. Some athletes find it helps to stop feeling the rubs that you might get on your feet, the sores from racing without socks on, because there just is no time to put socks on in racing like this. Yeah, it's not something I ever did. I didn't use talcum powder personally, but it is pretty common. A lot of athletes do it.
All right, so confirmation then of where we are as the athletes start their run. We've got this pack at the front, the 4 taking charge really of this semi-final, and don't forget 4 will go through to the final. And at the moment, really, the group behind doesn't have an answer to these 4, who I think are probably starting to ease off a little bit.
Oh, they're jogging. Yeah. There's no question here. These girls are taking it easy. They are 17, 18 seconds ahead of the closest chasers. They aren't even having to put too much pressure on this run. Now, the girls coming from behind, led by Cassandre Beaugrand and Hayden Wilde, they are charging. So whilst they've got a long way to go if they want to feature in the running for getting one of those top 4 spots and getting a place in the A final, they're still a long way behind, and those girls up front can just keep it nice and relaxed. I just saw the Mexican athlete there, Tapia Vidal, have a look over her shoulder just to check, and that's important. We saw what nearly happened in that men's semi-final, and whilst they are clear right now, that gap is coming down significantly, so they do just need to be a little bit aware that those athletes behind are charging at them.
Yeah, Dode won't let this go for sure. She'll want to have something to say about this.
It's nice to see her back. She's had some really great results over her career. She's mostly had her success at World Cup level, which is this level of racing, but she's won them. She's had podiums in them multiple times, but her 2024 season wasn't her best. She came back into some good form right at the end of it, but she'd had a lot of time out with health problems. She's back now racing, and you know, racing in front of a home crowd will feel pretty special. She's got the best incentive of all to try and catch up to those 4 girls and give herself a chance at the A final.
So Dode taking the applause then of the home fans. She's really trying to catch up with this front 4, and she is closing the gap, but I just don't think necessarily she's going to have enough in the tank to essentially catch them 60 metres out in front on the track at the moment.
That gap isn't coming down quite as fast anymore, and that is because, as you notice, Rosamir Tapia Vidal has done another little look over her shoulder. She's been the one of those 4 who has constantly been checking just to see what the gap is, and she's gone to the front of that pack and just risen the pace a tiny bit. She's just gone, this isn't enough, let's just make it really, really safe. Yeah. And now that that's happened, that's sort of demoralised Cassandre Beaugrand, made her realise she can't catch them, so then everybody can sort of back off a little bit again, and those girls at the front can ease up into the finish straight.
Exactly that, right. So the leading pack now take the final corner, and it's been a superb performance from these 4 athletes for the whole race. They've absolutely commanded it from start to finish. Vidal and Eim go over pretty much neck and neck. It's then Meisner of Germany. Vermeulen comes home in 4th.
It was an exhibition really in how to do a semi-final when 4 people qualify.
Certainly was. So Dode takes the 5th spot. She will find her way to the women's B final a little bit later on.
Hayden Wilde was there, and Franke Rust, the other German athlete, both of those 2 coming in 6th and 7th places, so they will both make the B final as well.
And the last few athletes there coming over the finish line. So 1 more semi-final to go. Brilliant pictures there as Vidal comes over the finish line.
Delighted, wasn't she, with that? Yeah. I think she just realises what a good all-round performance that was. As I said, she was about 3rd out the water. She was exactly where she needed to be throughout the bike and run. Did enough work on the bike that they kept that group of 4 away, and she was the one being super alert in that group and making sure that as a 4 they all made it through to that A final.
Lovely to see a smile over the finish line,
isn't it?
All right, so the
2 down.
2 down, 1 to go. The crowd being whipped up into a bit of a frenzy here. We're getting a bit of a light show while we wait for the final semi-final. But before we do that, let's get confirmation then of the results. Nina Eim there, just coming home in first. Vidal of Mexico in second. Meisner of Germany and Vermeulen from Belgium in fourth.
Of the third semi-final of the 2025 T1 Indoor Triathlon World Cup of Lievin. Wearing number 5 from Germany, 2024 Paris Olympics mixed relay gold medalist, winner here in Lievin last year, Laura Lindemann.
Last year's champion, Laura Lindemann. I mean, she will have her sights set, won't she, on taking down Cassandre Beaugrand later.
I think it's fair to say if there is anybody in here in this start list racing today who would fancy themselves at taking down Cassandre, it's Laura Lindemann. She is the winner from 2024. She's also an Olympic gold medalist, having anchored the German team to the mixed team relay gold at the Olympic Games just last summer. She's shown time and time again she's brilliant at this short racing distance. She's tactically very smart. I know she's in good shape. She's already had a World Series podium this year. So I think she will fancy herself as providing a bit of an upset here today and beating the French Olympic champion.
We should definitely talk about Mikalichkova as well. She came out second, and her swimming is fantastic. She led, didn't she, out the pool in the final last year.
That's right. She was our best swimmer here in 2024, and it would be not surprising to see that again. In fact, it'll be really interesting if she makes the A final to see how she matches up against Cassandre Beaugrand, and then there might be two of them together on the bike, which will be a different dynamic that we haven't seen. She was also second at World Under-23s last year. She's an athlete very, very much on the rise, and I think she's flowing in confidence. It was a little while ago now, but I did notice on her walkout she was giving a really big wave to everyone, dancing around, looking really, really happy.
If she is nervous, she's not showing it.
She's not showing it at all, no. She's still a young athlete, still in the Under-23 ranks as well. Got a long time ahead of her in this sport, a long career left for her to keep improving, but so far she seems to be making great strides.
Well, it's an atmosphere that probably does make you a bit nervous. It's a little different to what we're used to with triathlon. So the athletes then ready for this final women's semi-final. So away they go then, the final semi-final of the women's contest before we move on to the finals later on. And you can already see there Mikalichkova right out in front as we hit 25 metres.
That's right, not a surprise actually at all. The athlete next to her really doing their best to just try and hold on to some sort of drafting benefit by being near her hip, because as soon as she goes further back than the feet, it starts to get harder and harder. She'll be in the wash instead of getting any sort of drafting benefit from her, and from that point on it just becomes a really tough 150 metres that she's going to have left in that lane next to her.
I think that's Margot Garabidian in just behind her.
I think Margot's in the lane next door to her. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And then that's Laura Lindemann swimming in the same lane as Margot.
So four athletes then, just out in front, still a fair while behind Mikalichkova.
Look how easy she looks. She split a 61, looking like she's not even trying. And I just wonder if we're going to see her try and do something a bit special in the final later, or whether she's going to save her pennies for later on the bike and run legs.
You might as well go all out. It's what we've seen, hasn't it, over the course of today. There's something pretty special about watching these athletes go absolutely hell for leather in this format.
Definitely, and she's someone who we've seen in World Cups and even World Series races just show that she can really get out with incredible pace. She hasn't always let out the swim at the end, and that goes back to what we mentioned earlier, being so different sometimes, swimming in a pool to swimming open water, different strengths showing in those two different disciplines. But in the pool right now, she looks unreal. I mean, she looks like she's going easier than the other athletes, and yet she's swimming away from them.
Completely effortless, and a wonderful stroke to get to watch.
Yeah, it's a bit of a textbook stroke that, if anyone wants to learn how to swim. I mean, it's an easy thing to say, just copy that, but that would be what I would be modelling on. A combination of her and Cassandre Beaugrand will get you a very, very long way.
Noted, Vicky. I'll take that to the pool over the next couple of weeks. But before I do that, we've got a few things to sort here in Lievin. So Michalichkova comes out of the water in first place.
Margot Garabedian in second, there we go, and Lara Lindemann. So much as they were through most of that swim, those three are quite clear ahead. And if they really accelerate through transition and out onto the bike, as we saw in the second semi-final, they could put themselves clear and into that A final really early on here.
Interestingly, looked like that bike was on a different stand, but I don't know. The names didn't quite match up there, but I'm not sure what happened. We'll have to get another look at that. But anyway, Michalichkova out in front and setting the pace early doors with this leading group.
That's right, and it was Levi, the Israeli athlete, who actually was in the same lane, I believe, as our leader, Michalichkova. And she's done a really good job actually to maintain that fourth place, because she had a really tough lane there to be in Susanna's lane, because she was creating, you know, that wash from being so far in front of her. But she's done a really good job. She's maintained that fourth place, and it looks like now she's going to catch on to the back of Margot Garabedian and Lara Lindemann. And then all of a sudden you've got the leader and a three behind. If those four can connect, they're away.
Now, one person we should mention in this semi-final is Katia Shah of Switzerland. Phenomenal on the bike.
Yeah,
and if anyone is going to catch these leaders, it's probably going to be her, isn't it?
And as you say that, I just looked out from our commentary position and saw her on the front of a group of four, absolutely driving that pack around. She's not too far behind that pack of three that we mentioned, the Lara Lindemann pack, and she is really motoring. Now, she is an athlete who was here last year. She made the A final. I think she finished 8th in that A final. She'll be desperate to make it again. She had a really, really breakthrough year in 2023. Multiple good races, especially at World Cup and World Series level. Got on her first ever World Cup podium. And as I say that, she's blown by that pack. So she's not only caught up to the Lara Lindemann pack, she's gone straight to the front of it.
Imagine having that in your locker in a race like this. It just makes mincemeat, doesn't it, of the bike leg?
Absolutely, and if you're not paying attention, if you're not aware and you're not doing all the little things right, you can get really caught out at this point. And that's something that Levi is just hanging on the back there, but it really looks like Katia Shah has put the hammer down and really started to extend that lead that she's built up with that group. I don't think anybody else is catching on to the back of that group now, but we haven't been paying attention to what's been going on with Michalichkova, so she's still leading, and she's now found herself lapping other athletes as well.
So we've got a similar situation.
We've got the Cassandre Beaugrand situation all over again.
Let's name it that.
The Cassandre Beaugrand. She's doing a Beaugrand. She's caught onto the back of a group of athletes that she has lapped, and she is sat there on the back of the group. Now, those athletes haven't really moved out the way. They have now. They've just gone up to the lane 4 to allow a gap in lane 3. She hasn't gone through, but again, she's seen Cassandre Beaugrand do exactly this. So if this is within the rules, she's allowed to do it.
And actually the benefit, as it was with Cassandre Beaugrand, she's going to feel a lot better when she puts her running shoes on, because she's not going to be expending as much energy as those athletes are at the front of this pack.
She's almost done her job now. She did the best swim she could possibly do. She got a gap. She was great through transition. She put the power down at the beginning of the bike, essentially took a lap on half of the field, has done that, and now she's settling in and relaxing, regrouping. She's got 4 laps left to go, and then she'll set off on the run totally on her own.
So the order at the moment, out in front, as we've mentioned, Michalichkova. Then we've got Robin Drailing from the Netherlands and Julia Brooker in 3rd. Not long left of this bike leg. So we're gonna, once we get into this second transition zone, we're gonna start to understand just how far Michalichkova has edged in front.
Yeah, I mean, that group looked like they're actually gaining. The group that Susanna is on the back of, that group is putting the power down, and they are catching up to the other group. So again, we could be in a situation that we had with Cassandre, where she is 1 lap ahead of absolutely everybody in the whole field.
And I'm sure as well some of the athletes will have taken note in what happened during Cassandre Beaugrand's semi-final, with them taking the bell, thinking the bell was for them.
So here we go. So Michalichkova is taking, she's dismounted, the others realised, they've carried on. So that was pretty clean. We didn't have the same confusion that we had in Cassandre's semi-final. She's in a really luxury position now. She's out in front. The other athlete's just starting to come into transition now, but she's 8-9 seconds ahead of them as she heads out onto the run, and that's a really nice position to be in with just a kilometre around the track left to go.
It will feel like a very enjoyable kilometre. I don't think all the athletes can say they've enjoyed this part of the race so far today. It's pretty brutal when you're running full gas for 1K under the lights here.
I mean, she's got some serious athletes charging her down, and I wouldn't be that surprised to see someone like Katia Scher and Laura Lindemann really close down. Julia Brocker had a really good heat earlier today as well. She's another young athlete who's doing really good things in this space of short distance racing. So Mishlikova having a quick little look over her shoulder there just to check where they're at. But they are gaining on her. At the moment, there's only really 3 of them that are coming at pace, but she can't have more than that come to catch her.
So Michalichkova still out in front, but that 3 are gaining, it has to be said. And
yeah, they're coming pretty close now, aren't they? You can see it's probably down to about 10 metres they're behind her, maybe not even quite that now.
As a reminder, the first 4 will make the final. So as long as they stay together as a 4, they will all be in the final later this evening. It's then places 5 to 8, which will go into the B final. So they've now come together as a pack. And if they work together here, they're going to be able to work nicely, aren't they?
Yeah, and this is where we're going to have to see what Michalichkova is made of, because she needs to stick with them. There are other athletes coming behind. They're only, 20 to 30 metres behind her now. They've still got a few laps, 2.5 laps to run still. She needs to stay strong. If these athletes, those 3 classy runners in front of her, if they start to stretch it out, she has to go with them.
Well, Laura Lindemann looking over her shoulder, just getting a sense of how far these guys are in front.
It's the sort of thing you don't normally recommend in racing. Don't look around too much, don't keep checking over your shoulder, just run. But in this kind of racing, especially when we're in a qualification format where they have to finish in the top 4, that's when you actually do need to do this. This is where it's imperative that you are smart and that you keep checking on what's going on.
And there's also a collection of coaches as well, right on the far side. So I imagine they're being barked instructions as they go past at breakneck speed around the corners.
So those top 3 are now clear. Michalichkova has not been able to stay with them, and it looks like Margot Garabedian is coming really close to her now. So with just over 1 lap to run, there's only 2 to 3 seconds between those athletes, and it's going to come down to a really tight finish as to who's going to get that 4th spot.
What has Michalichkova got in the tank? She was first out of the pool. She's looked so impressive in this final, but now she is under serious pressure from the Cambodian just behind. She's going to have to dig deep here if she wants to make the final, but she is.
Looks like she's realised the danger that's coming, and she's giving absolutely everything to make that A final.
It will be pretty soul-destroying for Garabedian when she sees Michalichkova get a lot quicker, but right now as they turn the final corner and make their way down the start-finish line, look over the shoulder from Laura Lindemann. It's going to be Katia Scher who wins it. Julia Brocker of Germany in second. Lindemann, last year's champion, safely through to another final. And Michalichkova, after that so impressive swim and bike leg, also makes it through.
Garabedian will be the first to take up that position in the B final, along with Annabel Knoll, Hannelore Willen and Robin Dreikeling of the Netherlands.
So there we go. That is the semi-finals complete. 6 races down, just 4 to go. Vicky, that was pretty enjoyable, wasn't it?
We saw some interesting stuff there, you know. I think we saw Hayden Wilde looking pretty in control after maybe what was potentially a little bit of a ropey start. We saw Cassandre Beaugrand looking imperious. We saw Mishlikova do so. Cassandre Beaugrand. We saw a lot of German and French athletes dominate, really, especially in the women's racing. You see Laura Lindemann just checking the laps that she had to go there. But, you know, I love the spread. I've said it before. I love the spread of athletes that we've got in these races. But, you know, coming into the A final, there's going to be some really top athletes. And again, I go back to it, the young Luxembourgian athlete, David Lang, loved seeing the way he raced, the way he took that race by the horns, and the fact that he's going to be in the A final, that's really cool.
I imagine as well, they'll sit with their coaches now, won't they? They'll assess what they've seen and maybe work out a few tactics for the racing later on.
Yeah, that's right. They'll have seen their own semi-finals and they'll have probably watched bits of the others, but they might not have been able to see quite as much. There are big screens underneath the stadium where they're in their warm-up area and their cool-down area, so they will have been able to see a lot of it. So they'll have been taking notes as much as they can do, but at times, of course, they'll have been off warming up, so they wouldn't have been able to sit there and watch the screens. So this is where they get the time to have that feedback from the coaches. I know that there's coaches at home who are watching, who are then messaging them and calling them and saying, this is what I saw on the screen. I think you did this really well, but maybe you could do this section a little bit better. So that's all going to happen right now, and it's their final time of the day where they've got to really look after themselves. They've got to do the right things in their recovery. They've got to do the right things nutritionally, and then they've just got to rest and get themselves up for the final of the day.
All right, well, we've got time now to hear from the chairman of the PTO about this brilliant event, Chris Commode.
Antonio, first time that you're hearing this concept of a race, what does that feel for World Triathlon?
I think we can see all here that this concept is something that we can expand, but it is something that is bringing all the spectators together to a stadium to watch triathlon. That is something that gives the athletes an opportunity to be seen live and continuously by all the spectators. I think it's a great event, and the athletes and we all like it.
And I guess that it brings athletes from different, from top athletes to less experienced athletes, so it brings all of them together. This gives opportunities to younger athletes, no?
We think this is at the end is going to be for all the athletes that they want to compete here. The good of triathlon is open to everyone, so everyone is welcome here. Of course, if you are good, you're going to succeed and you're going to make it to the semi-final and the final. So, but everyone is welcome here to come.
Chris, for PTO, that we've seen up until now investing and promoting longer distances races, but I guess that this concept also fits really well within the PTO mindset, no?
No, 100%. We're looking to grow the sport of triathlon any way we can, and we also want to get competitors, amateur competitors, to join here as well as the elite athletes. And the buzz here in this venue, 4,000 seats, sold out, and the noise from the crowd, it's an exceptional thing. And so for me, it's like there are different elements of the sport. Obviously, like in athletics, you have 100 meters, you have marathons, completely different athletes. So for us, the T100, and now we do this, it's attracting different athletes and attracting different crowds as well. So short form content is becoming hugely popular in sport now.
And we've seen the success here with the spectators, but also on TV. It's a format that is really great for TV because it's short, it's fast, it's furious.
100%. It's dynamic, it's vibrant, it's colourful, it's in your face, and it's something like my kids love this event, right? And they don't watch, they're going off traditional sports and they're coming to something like this, and it just brings so much energy. It's amazing.
And I guess that after the Paris Games a few months ago, this proves that the French also have something to organize this type of events.
No, they've done an amazing job. I mean, I think the tradition of triathlon here in this region of France is very, very strong. And you can feel it with everyone attending here. This club, this triathlon club here is incredible. And this is what we've got to build globally.
And I guess that for World Triathlon, the idea is to expand this into more events and more formats.
This will offer new opportunities to the athletes, as I said, and will open a new set of events in the future for our athletes, and new opportunities to compete, and new opportunities to be showcased, and new opportunities to become more popular, and this is helping the sport so much.
Well, enjoy the show. We still have the finals in a little bit, so just take a seat and enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very interesting to get their thoughts, and it is true, this really is an event like no other in triathlon. Under the lights here in Lievin, in this cauldron of noise, as it has been all day, it's been fantastic. Right, this is what's happening in Lievin right now, but what's coming up in 2025 in World Triathlon?
It's amazing to be part of this era of the sport.
Looking forward to racing and getting the season rolling.
Je suis think I'm getting better.
We will see who gets the win.
And here we go. T100. The athletes give every ounce of energy they have.
That is the effort of T100.
Now the race is on. It is a run showdown. Your world champion.
Well, a huge amount to look forward to there for the rest of 2025. It's going to be an excellent season by World Triathlon. I hope you're as excited for it as we are. We are also excited for the finals, which are going to take place in a short while. Until then, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you shortly.
Allez, Olivia qui court avec un colon rotulien sectionné par erreur lors d'une opération chirurgicale suite à un accident de l'eau. Elle a un palmarès long comme le bras. Eric en parlait tout à l'heure. Champion du monde à Breton 2022, de longue distance en 2023, du cross marathon en 2023, et puis là elle est en tête. Et là du côté de Lievin, on est parti avec le guide.
Allez, Antoine et Michael. Les couleurs de Lievin qui brillent donc avec Colline, avec Zoé également.
Il faut savoir que notre ami qui pointe au guide est non-voyant à 100% depuis sa naissance. Imaginez la confiance qu'il doit avoir avec Michael, son guide, qui le guide.
All right, so we're going to be back with you at 8:30 local time here in Lievin for the men's B final, the women's B final, then the business end of the competition, the A final. So we look forward to that. Hope you can join us then.
Et il est là, Michael et Antoine qui ont servi également sous vos applaudissements, s'il vous plaît. Allez, Antoine, allez, qui est guidé par Michael pour les derniers mètres.
Derrière Zoé, donc voici effectivement qu'arrive notre athlète non-voyant et donc c'est le jeune belge. Quito Olso, on découvre aujourd'hui ici à Lievin. Allez, on continue à encourager Colline qui est là sur la piste. Autre athlète licencié ici au TC Lievin.
Moi, je vous invite à vous lever, s'il vous plaît. Tout le monde debout pour son dernier virage. Allez, tout le monde debout, 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 debout. Allez, encore un maximum de bruit, s'il vous plaît. C'est ça, ceux qui savent briller, tapez les mains. Maximum de bruit, elle arrive. Elle appointe sur la gauche. Et elle est là. Et là, on fait les derniers mètres, allez, 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 allez. Super, bravo.
Et comme ici, il n'y a pas de temps mort, surtout pour cette superbe soirée. À l'occasion de la 4e édition de ce triathlon indoor à Lievin. Dans quelques instants, on va vous présenter donc nos jeunes âgés de 10 à 13 ans, qui vont à leur tour dans cette grande soirée, eux aussi être mis à l'honneur. Allez, c'est parti pour la part des autres de ces jeunes. Donc, il y aura 100 mètres de natation, 500 mètres à pied. Le départ sera donné dans l'eau. Et on appelle celui qui aura la dossard 380, Augustin Vilches Pardot. Le 375, Thibaut Ferreira. 370, Loen Demey. Le 316, Noah Rommel. Le 322, Samuel Artel. Le 320, Paolo Louchard. Le numéro 350, Elliot Lipro. Le 314, Victor Legousse. Avec le 352, Lucas Monvoisin. Numéro 312, Alexandre Devienne. Le 391, Diego Pierrot. Et le numéro 340, Olivier Herman. Je vous rappelle au menu pour ces jeunes, donc 100 mètres de natation, départ dans l'eau, puis 500 mètres de course à pied. C'est donc, bel et bien, de l'hépato.
Allez, ces jeunes sont bel et bien partis, mesdames et messieurs. Allez, on a Augustin Vilches Pardot, Thibaut Ferreira, Loen Demey, Noam Rommel, Samuel Artel, Paolo Louchard, Elliot Lipro, Victor Legousse, Lucas Monvoisin, Alexandre Devienne, Diego Pierrot et Olivier Herman.
Allez. Ça peut donner le meilleur d'eux-mêmes là, regardez. Et déjà, la fin de l'effort pour les meilleurs d'entre eux. Allez, tous les supporters là dans tous les clubs présents ici, qui s'enflamment, je crois que c'est Lucas mon voisin qui va se présenter en tête.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, on fait du bruit pour les enfants passés sous nos yeux avec une distance pédestre de 500 mètres. 500 mètres pour les enfants.
Ah, mais ça a bougé déjà. Ça a bougé à la transition. Les premières places à l'issue de la natation sont remises en cause. Un petit phénomène du club d'April qu'on avait déjà vu à Sandaise un peu plus tôt dans la journée, qui a fait de belles transitions et qui du coup est parti avec son dossard 375. C'est-à-dire Thibaut Ferreira. Il est toujours devant, au derrière. On a un garçon là qui revient quand même assez fort avec les couleurs de Racing Club d'Arras Triathlon. Lucas qui était le meilleur à la sortie de l'eau, qui est désormais troisième. Oh, ça va changer en tête. Ça va changer, regardez ça, ça passe. Augustin, le grand Augustin Véchès, pardon, qui va donc dévoiler ici en tête, voilà, les flammes pour l'accueillir, Augustin, bravo. Thibaut qui va donc terminer en deuxième. Oui, derrière, attention, les places sont chères.
I'm a savage. Drop the classic. Thinking back. To establish. It's automatic. Got a mask. Who was that? Living legend. Lethal weapon. Mastermind. Never tried. I am a second. It's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline. The deadline. Big time. I'm a head time. The red kind. Big time. I'm a living legend. Lethal weapon. Mastermind. Big time.
Hello and welcome to Lievin, just outside of Lens in the north of France for the T1 Indoor World Cup. Just under 8 months since we watched history being made along the shores of the Seine in Paris, we find ourselves 200 kilometers north in Lievin and the arena Stade Couvert. In front of a sold-out crowd, it's about to get very loud as some of the best triathletes in the world battle it out over this fast and furious course. A Saturday night under the lights in Lievin, this is triathlon, but not quite as you know it. And the hottest ticket in town boasts one-star attraction. Make no mistake, this French crowd are here to welcome home their history-making hero. She's the world-beating, reigning Olympic and world triathlon champion, Cassandre Beaugrand. And if the earlier heats are anything to go by, this crowd are going to go absolutely wild for Beaugrand. So before we get underway here though, I mentioned this is a form of triathlon like no other. So ahead of the finals, here's a rundown of what to expect from this super fast format. So here's what we've got to look forward to this evening. We've got the men's B final taking place shortly. That will be followed by the women's B final. Those races will decide places 13 to 24 in the standings. Then it's the business end of the competition, the men's final followed by the women's final. And as we see the start list for the first B final, it's time to welcome along the 2018 World Triathlon Champion and Olympic and Commonwealth Games medalist, Vicky Holland. Vicky, what a day we've had here in Lievin.
It's incredible that we're still going, really, isn't it? We've been here since about midday. There's been racing going on all morning, even before we got here, with age group races, children's races. We've had all the heats, we've had all the semi-finals, and now we're down to the business end. We're just left with the 2 finals for each male and female, A finals and the B finals.
Exactly that. So the best 24 athletes from each gender are about to take to the stage over the next couple of hours. The fans here in the crowd very much looking forward to seeing a number of faces, including this guy, Yanis Sergan. He's the highest ranked male French athlete here in Lievin, and expecting good things from him, Vicky.
They are. I mean, I think he and they will probably be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't quite able to put together the performance that they would have hoped for, he would have hoped for, to be in the A final. I think it's a little bit of a surprise to us that he's not in that A final, but he'll certainly be having his sights set on trying to right those wrongs and bring home the title from the B final today.
They certainly will. So a couple of the Austrian athletes who had some brilliant sprint finishes today. We've seen some excellent racing here in Lievin.
We have Abdel Muller just coming out, one of our best runners. He didn't run as well as we'd hoped in that semi-final, finds himself here in the B final. Should also mention Nicola Ozzano. He's the second highest ranked athlete who didn't make it into the A final and stands in the B final here tonight. He's the Italian athlete. He's another athlete. He's known as being really good at this short distance stuff. He was part of the Italian mixed team relay that recently came third at the Abu Dhabi World Series. So this is the sort of distance that suits him, so I'm sure he'll be keen to improve upon his previous performances today.
Isoton and Tarot of France receiving a very warm welcome from their home fans. And so the last couple of athletes take their spots just by the pool. And we're now in the hands of the starter.
Athletes, you're now in the hands of the starter.
So away we go then on the men's B final. It's a 200-metre swim, 8 lengths of this 25-metre pool. Vicky, what are you looking out for at this point in the race?
Well, it's interesting because all the real top swimmers aren't in this race. The ones that we have seen put the biggest, the best swims down so far today in the heats, the semi-finals, aren't in this final. So the best times we've seen so far are around 1:58 coming out of the water. So something around that would show really strong performance, and I'm sure there's 1 or 2 athletes looking to really put their stall out and say, hey, I might be in the B final, but I'm here to win it. And I think that might be Pangeur there in the Dutch suit and the red cap just turning. Got the camera on him now. And he will be an athlete looking to improve upon his semi-final position. We've also got the French athlete nearest to screen here. I'm sure he'll be absorbing some of the home crowd support if he was to get out of the water first.
He had a really good swim, didn't he, in his semi-final. Just didn't quite have enough when they got to the track through the bike and through the run legs. But
that's right, yeah. We're looking at Pablo Isoton there, and he did have one of the best swims in the semi-final, so I slightly overlooked him, which was a bit harsh of me. He is an incredible swimmer, and he will be looking, I'm sure, to do that again and get himself out onto the bike leg first.
I'm sure he'll find you afterwards to have
I
some
know,
stern words about the
Pablo.
quality of his swimming here in Lievin. But he has currently got the edge on the other athletes. They've got another 50 metres to go or less as they make their way halfway through this 25-metre length.
it's an interesting spearhead we've got here. It's almost just a complete one diagonal line. We don't really see that. We haven't seen that in any of the other races today, and it's obviously just complete chance it's worked out like that. So it's coming down at the final length now, and as I said, a lot of the swims today have been just dipping under the 2-minute marker for the men, but this is going to be just a shade over there. So 2:02, I got it on my clocking that they just hit the board.
So Iselton leads then from the swim. Just behind him is Nabel of Austria and Windesbauer also of Austria. Azano in fourth.
That's right, not a huge amount of separation in this semi-final so far. Yannis Seguin is coming in that 5th place there, and even back to that final athlete in 12th has got to only be about 5-6 seconds in it. So this is looking like it's going to head out onto the bike as one large pack.
So that's exactly where they're heading, onto this bike track. It's 2.8 kilometers on the bike and 14 laps.
So we should mention there, we just caught a glimpse of 2 of the Austrian athletes are wearing trainers at this point in the race. We only saw one of those Austrian athletes doing it early, that was Windesbauer. There's now another Austrian athlete, teammates obviously picking up tips from one another. But it is interesting because it means it would have taken them a little bit longer in that transition zone to get those trainers on. The other athletes didn't have to do that. But when they come to T2, if this is one big pack, they've got a massive advantage. And we actually saw in the semi-final, Windesbauer gave a really good account of himself, and he was really close to getting one of those overall final places.
In a race that's going to take approximately 10 minutes, every single second counts.
Yeah, absolutely. The transitions in this type of racing are more crucial than any other type of racing that we see. Less than 10 minutes per race, the transitions really do account for something. We saw it in last year's racing. The fastest run times weren't done by the winners. They were done by people who finished on the podium but a bit further back because they didn't have great transitions. So it's really, really crucial. You need to jostle for position. You want to be right at the front. You need to be smooth through the transition, do the process correctly, try not to incur a penalty, and get yourself out onto that run track as fast as you can. It's Yannis Seguin taken to the front of the bike. We saw him do this quite a bit in the semi-final, obviously not afraid to put a little bit of power down and show himself at the front of the race. But he's stretching out this field. I mean, they're still one pack, but they are pretty strung out. There's a little bit of separation there between these sort of 7th and 8th athletes, but it's not enough to make a break, but he's just making sure he's keeping the other athletes honest.
And right now, as they go through in essentially one straight line, they'll be wanting to conserve as much energy as they can. It looks like there's not going to be a breakaway like you said, and that will hopefully mean they're able to conserve a bit of energy for the run, which is just about to come.
Yeah, I think we could be in for a pretty fast 1 kilometre here with none of the athletes kind of being in a breakaway or having to chase back down gaps. I really think we're going to come to the run and see some pretty blistering times. For reference, we'll be looking at probably considerably under 3 minutes for the men's kilometre. Usually we've seen here in Lievin something around the 2:45 marker.
Well, last year, Casper Stornes did a 2:39.
There we go. And again, he was the perfect example of someone who put down the fastest run, but he actually finished 3rd on the day. The same in the women. I think the fastest women's run was done by Gwen Jorgensen, and equally she was 3rd on the day. So it just shows the importance of these transitions.
The Hungarian athlete Kovac has just got himself in the mix as well. Good performance from him. He's ranked 362 in the world, fighting with some of the best athletes in the sport.
It's just incredible the spread of athletes we have here, and it's amazing. Some of these athletes really are taking part in their first ever World Cup here today. Some of these athletes are super seasoned athletes. They don't just race this level. They race our very top tier of racing, which is the World Series. They've been to Olympic Games. They've come away with medals from these major championships. And then you've got athletes who are just beginning in their triathlon journey, and it is amazing to see them all here together.
Yeah, another one to keep your eye on is Abdel Muller as well, who's made his way up to 3rd as things stand. He's a phenomenal runner, isn't he? And we actually saw him having his lunch, and it was, if ever there was a plate of an athlete, it was pasta, 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 and a bit of couscous.
It really was. It was a mountain of pasta, and what he's done really well here is positioned himself much higher up in the pack than we saw him do in either of the rounds he's already raced today. He had to be coming from behind all the time earlier on today, whereas right now he's in a much, much better position.
All right, so just one lap left to go. Panja of the Netherlands leading these guys into the second transition zone, and keep your eye on the Austrian athletes who already have their trainers on.
Yeah, we expect them to come out pretty much at the front now because they don't have... Here we go, one Austrian athlete is out already. I think the other one may have just had a little struggle racking his bike. That's Winchbauer just coming around him there, so I think he had a little bit of a problem with his bike.
Okay, so we've got 5 laps of this 200-kilometre track, which will decide places 13 to 24 in the men's contest.
So we've got Kovacs leading, Matteo Vidal coming round him now to take the lead. Harry Lelou, you should mention that Harry Lelou was here last year. He raced this race many times because when he races to the French club teams, this is his club team, Lievin. So he's always supported this event, and he was second in the B final last year in a really tight sprint finish. I'm sure he'll be wanting to do one better this time.
Yeah, 4th in 2022 before it was a World Cup. So he knows his way around this track. He knows how to do very, very well here in Lievin.
Now we've got Abdelmuller just moving his way up round the side of Harry Lelou, so he's now moved into 3rd place. He's got that really long, rangy stride, and it almost looks like they're sort of in a tactical middle distance race here, doesn't it? No one's really willing to show their cards too early as they're preparing for a final burn-up. They've only got 2.5 laps to go.
Well, it's all pretty tight. You wouldn't want to count anyone out from... Well, I think the top 6, top 7 maybe could all have a chance of at least winning this not semi-final, beg your pardon, B-final. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at the list for this B-final, I didn't think I could pick a clear favourite, you know. On a normal day, I would have said it was Yannis Seguin, but he clearly hasn't quite been on top form today. The racing we've seen from him in the last year or so, where he was second at European Championships and won a World Cup, he's clearly not there yet at this point in the season. So there's a little bit of an injection of pace at the front of the race with Gawad Abdelmuller, Matteo Vidal and Harry Lelou putting a little bit of distance between themselves and Issoton, who is just behind them in 4th. So right now we've got a little bit of a gap from the leading 3.
Yeah, things change very quickly in this form of triathlon. Abdelmuller takes the bell. One more lap then to decide our B final.
And Harry Lelou is thinking this is deja vu. This time last year he was here in the exact same position, sprinting for all his might to try and win the B final. And look at him go round Abdelmuller now. He does not want the same fate in 2025. He wants to win this B final. And as they head onto the finish straight, he's got some daylight. He's got to keep pumping. Abdelmuller coming.
And Harry Lelou wins that B final. Abdelmuller looks absolutely shattered as he comes home in 2nd. And we're having to catch athletes there. And Kovacs just falls over, I think.
And it was Matteo Vidal who took the 3rd place in that B final in the end.
You can see, can't you, just what that was taken out of those athletes. They all gave it their absolute all. A couple of them still on the floor. My goodness me. What a B final that was. The best is yet to come, though, in the men's competition.
That was exceptional racing there. I mean, this is the B final, but you could see what it meant to these athletes. They still really wanted to win it. And by coming 1st in this final, you end up becoming the 13th placed overall, and that is important for your points too.
Yeah, don't make no mistake. Plenty to play for in these B finals before we get to the main event later on.
And it's nice to win a race, isn't it? You know, Harry Lelou there giving a little punch. Must feel really brilliant for him to win a race.
So confirmation then of those results. Lelou in 1st, Abdelmuller in 2nd, Vidal from France in 3rd, Keindl from Austria in 4th. So the athletes there still in the main area. We've got one of the French guys, he's still on the floor. He looks like he's absolutely shattered.
Yeah,
I think that's Vidal.
I can't work out
Number
if he's
32.
shattered or if he's clutching his quad, but I think he's okay. I think he's just absolutely shattered with the effort he's put in.
It's been a long day, hasn't it, for these athletes, especially if you've gone through the repechage, you've come here.
That's it. If you've raced the repechage, this is your 4th race, and they started at 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's now coming up 8:45 local time, so they've had a big day, these athletes, and they're now absolutely buzzing and pumped full of adrenaline, and they've got to try and get to bed at some time tonight as well.
That's fine. So our attention will start to turn to the women's B final shortly. As we get a bit of a light show here in Lievin.
Yeah, the party's well and truly started now, hasn't it? I mean, as we said earlier, we came in at 1 o'clock and there was already an atmosphere in this stadium, and now here we are and it is absolutely pumping. We've got live DJ, we've got fire on the side of the pool going off right now. We've got the light show. It is absolutely going off in here.
It really is, and what a brilliant event for triathlon. It's so different, isn't it, to what we're used to seeing, and I for one hope we get a few more of these.
Definitely, it's a unique event. We don't have anything quite like this. There is other indoor events, but none that have the running and the cycling on a track as well. That is just something that I think should be marketed more worldwide than it is. I think it brings so much excitement to the sport. Being able to have crowds in a stadium here to watch triathlon, it's really special and it's really bringing something new to our sport.
So just a reminder then of the order of play. We have next up the women's B final. We'll then get the men's A final after that, before Cassandre Beaugrand gets her final showing in front of these home fans, who I'm sure are going to go absolutely wild for their home hero. So the crowd being whipped up into a frenzy, the MC earning his money today. It's, as we've mentioned a few times, it's been a long day here in Lievin, but the crowd are absolutely loving it. It's time, though, to look ahead to the women's B final. And who, Vicky Holland, is catching your eye here?
Yeah, you know, Tanya Newbert on any given day, she shouldn't be in this B final. She's had a brilliant start to 2025 already. And, oh, well, she's not coming out. That's interesting. She should have been the first athlete to come out. So I wonder if maybe she's withdrawn from the race. We haven't heard that officially, but she should have already come out. The fact she hasn't tells me she's withdrawn, and maybe just an indication that she's not having the day that she wanted to. We've seen that in her racing so far. So that leaves us next up with Cassandre Beaugrand, the home favourite then to take the win in this B final. She's raced here multiple times. She's had multiple World Cup wins in her career and would love to do something similar here today in Lievin.
We were talking about some of the athletes who've kind of gone the whole hog today.
Yeah.
Annabelle Morton from Great Britain has done exactly that. She's been in the repechage. She's now got her 4th race of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, how on earth do you... It's a big ask, isn't it?
It's a really big ask. She just had her worst race of the day was the first one. In her heat, she just wasn't there yet, but in both her repechage and her semi, she was really, really good. She won her repechage. She was 5th, just missing out on one of those automatic A final qualification spots in her semi-final, and that's why she finds herself in the B final here. But she's ran really well every time she's taken to the track today, so if she can be in the mix as they come off the bike, she could be in with a good shout too.
So Vanessa Posper of Switzerland, the final athlete to come out. She will make her way to the swimming pool, where we'll look to get this Women's B final underway.
Please, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So the Women's B final underway. 8 lengths of this 25-metre pool.
That's right, and I believe that's Margot Garabedian in the blue suit and the red hat wearing number 25 in the middle there. She's one of our best swimmers and she's likely to be one of the first ones out of the water here.
Yeah, it's pretty even so far as they hit the 50-metre mark.
We've seen a lot more separation in the women's events today than we have in the men's across the swim, and that's played really into what's happened later on in the races. At times we've seen athletes take a whole lap over other athletes on the bike, actually lap and catch up to athletes on the bikes. They take a whole 200 metres out of them. That hasn't happened in any of the men's races so far, but the bigger the separation in the water, that's when the chances grow that we're going to see that situation again. I don't think this spread at the moment shows that we're likely to have that, but we're only 100 metres in, so you know, let's let's wait and see what happens.
Absolutely.
So that is lane 9, that's Marta Pincinel-Raimundo. She's leading at the moment, her alongside Margot Garabedian. Those are our two swim leaders. That's the Spanish suit furthest away of Marta Pincinel. Right, number 21 on her hat.
So pretty even between her and Garabedian as we have 50 metres left to go of this swim leg. I guess though, from the evidence of what we've seen today, particularly in the women's events, if you can build a lead on the bike, it is mighty, mighty powerful, providing you don't get caught by the chasing pack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what we have seen, as you correctly said there, is in the women's side specifically, putting the power down in the swim, going all in on the swim has a massive advantage, because you really can cause huge gaps to appear out onto the bike, and then you find yourself on the run with a massive head start.
So the athletes about to get out the pool and make their way down to the first transition zone.
Interesting, these athletes have definitely swam quicker in earlier rounds today, so I think that's probably just a little bit of a sign of the fatigue that they're feeling. As we said, for a lot of these girls, it might be their 4th race of the day. That's a lot of racing to do, and I think that's just starting to show that their swim times are starting to come down a little bit.
It's a lot to do. It's also, they're going all out pretty much, aren't they, in these races? It's not it's a different kind of fitness perhaps to the Olympic distances they might be used to.
Completely different. And on top of that, there'll be some athletes like Margot Garabedian who was in a really tight battle to try and get into the A final. She didn't have the luxury of cruising through a semi-final. She had to go all in. Because she's had to go all in just an hour or so ago, she's now probably still not quite fully recovered, because she's done a 10-minute max effort, and now she's got to go again and try and find her swim form, and now obviously her bike and run form too.
So Guerrero gets out in front ahead of Garabedian.
And then it was a Swiss athlete, I believe. I just caught a glimpse of that red suit in 3rd. So that would be Vanessa Posberg.
Yeah, it's pretty even between the 3 at the front.
Yeah, and once again we're seeing at the back of the race Annabelle Morton, who's not had the most amazing swim, but she's been really good on the bike and run legs today. So she can get herself back into the race. She'd like to have a real stab at it, I'm sure, when it comes to the run. But at the moment, the front of the race is having no let up.
It must be tough when you're tired, when you're fatigued, when you're chasing down these athletes at the front. My goodness me.
I think that's Franca Rust just made it onto the front as well. Garabedian's there. Yul Behrens is making it on as well, and that's interesting because she's an athlete who's run pretty well so far today, but again has had to go through all 4 rounds, had to do the repechage, and at times has been caught out by not swimming as well. Today, in this B final, she's put herself just in touch and that could mean she's in with a shout come the run as well.
Keep your eye on Cassandre Beaugrand as well, because she's quite far back at the moment, but she's a ferocious runner, isn't she? And she's proven over the course of today she's got a lot in the locker when it comes to the run.
She really has, and it's sort of been the tale of her career. You know, she can be there towards the end of the bike. She will absolutely be in a mix for a medal or even the win in this standard of racing. But today she just hasn't quite had it. She hasn't been able to put herself there on the swim and bike. And again, as I said, that's happened a lot of times in her career. And so the further we go into this bike, we're now halfway through the bike leg. That group is getting further and further away from them. And it looks as though those three athletes, Annabelle Morton, of course, Cassandre Beaugrand, and Hannah Laure Willen, I believe, is the Belgian athlete in there as well. Those three athletes are looking to be really quite distanced off the back.
Absolutely. So 7 laps left of this bike leg before they will make their way to the transition area for the 1 kilometre sprint.
Yeah, there's still 2 Germans in that pack. Of course, we lost Tanja Neubert. She DNS'd this, did not start this B final. Franca Rust is still one of a really young group of German athletes coming through. She recently did her first ever World Series race in Abu Dhabi, where she finished 17th. But she's one of their, young prospects coming through the German system. They have so many athletes at the moment. They seem to swarm every single start list. The young French and the young German athletes are just absolutely everywhere you look.
Yeah, it'd be tough to try and get in those mixed relay teams, wouldn't it, if you're part of those teams? I guess blessing and a curse, you get pushed further.
Yeah.
It's a more competitive setup, but also much harder to get to the top.
Absolutely, and they're in that period of time at the moment, especially in Germany, it seems, where they've got this amazing group of athletes that are just pushing each other on, and they're getting better and better, and they all just want to be the best of the crop. At some point, that might well start hindering them, but at the moment, I mean, if that isn't managed, I should say, but at the moment, it just seems to be pushing them out to better and better performances. And what's even more important is that virtually all of them seem to get on incredibly well, and that is the key to that.
So Pintanel of Spain has found her way to the front. And now it's all about staying as part of this pack. I don't think we're going to get a breakaway necessarily at this point in the race. So these guys will have one eye on the run, which is only in 2 laps' time.
They will, and they're being relatively controlled, but they also know that there are 3 athletes behind, 2 of whom especially can really do some damage on the run, so they'll just need to keep that pace high enough to not allow them back into the race. Striking off the front there.
Yeah, Drailing of the Netherlands has taken the initiative. She's trying to gain as much as possible on the bike leg. That does mean she's first in the transition zone. And Vicky Holland, talk us through what we're seeing now.
Yeah, so being first is a massive benefit. Helmet goes straight into the bucket. As soon as you rack your bike, you must rack your bike first. Feet into your shoes as quick as you can. The best in the world to do that in just 1 to 2 seconds, and then straight out onto that running track.
Yeah, and Roost has come out looking very, very good indeed.
She absolutely has.
She's flying out in front ahead of the Swiss athlete there, followed by the 2 Spanish athletes.
That's right, and then it's Yul Behrens there, that young German athlete. She's got real form on the run. She's an athlete who was 2nd at World Juniors a couple of years ago, had a nasty bike crash about 18 months ago and has been building back form since that point. Big training partner of Laura Lindemann, they're great friends, and she's just making her way at the outside of that group now, having just made contact with them. So now we have 2 Germans and 2 Spaniards right at the front of the race.
Just a reminder, this is for places 13 to 24. So not a huge prize in the sense of the final today, but definitely ranking points on offer here. The athletes will be going all out, you can rest assured, to try and finish as high as possible.
That's right, so we've got Pintanel of Spain, we've got Jimenez Alter of Spain, we've got Franca Rust of Germany, and we've got Yul Behrens of Germany, and those are the 4 right at the front now, with Margot Garabedian of Cambodia just trying to make contact on the back of that pack.
French crowd are really trying to get behind Cassandre Beaugrand, who has made up some ground as well. She's currently in 7th.
Yeah, that's really impressive running, the fact that she's managed to get herself up to there already. There's just about 2 laps to run. And she's put herself in with a really good shot where she's at there. She's 6th place and she's actually making ground incredibly fast here. Don't write her off yet. She's only got 20 metres behind them now.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 laps left.
Yes.
Exactly, yeah. There's definitely time for Cassandre Beaugrand here to give the home crowd something to cheer about.
And
you can hear them, can't you?
Absolutely. The energy in this stadium just elevated, and she is going to make it. She is onto the back of that athlete pack now.
If she keeps up this pace, she's gonna end up winning this B final.
Well, she's put herself in with a great chance, and what she's got right now is momentum. She's got momentum, she's got confidence. She was out of this race, and she's put herself in with a chance of winning it.
This is why we love this form of triathlon, because you never quite know what's going to happen. Cassandre Beaugrand takes the lead as the bell sounds here in Lievin. The home crowd are on their feet, cheering her through.
And I can't even count how many tricolor flags I can see waving right now. The crowd are all on their feet. Everyone wants to see Cassandre Beaugrand do this.
It's Behrens in second, Roost in third. The 2 Germans chasing down the French athletes.
And it's all going to come down to the sprint. They've got just about 100 metres to run. They're about to hit that blue carpet. Who's got the legs?
So Beaugrand out in front. This is going to be a sprint right to the very end. Has she expended too much energy? Roost is coming past. Roost takes it in the end. Beaugrand in second.
Behrens, I think, just snuck the third. Oh, we're going. Well, I think that's going to be a photo finish there between Maria Teresa Jimenez and Yul Behrens. The 2 of them were very, very close across the line.
The 2 Germans take a seat and look absolutely shattered. I mean, that's. I'm not sure that's quite what the seat's for, but I think we'll give it to them on this occasion.
I'm not sure what it's there for if it's not for them to sit on. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of straight in front of them as they cross the finish line. It's perfectly positioned for them to just go and have a little sit down.
What a shot this is. All 5 of those athletes going over the line.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to need a sideways angle here to see whether it was Behrens or whether it was Jimenez who took that. I think you're right. I actually think it was Jimenez. I think she just got there in time.
Yeah.
There we go, confirmed.
Confirmation then of Roost in first, Beaugrand in second, Guerrero in third from Spain, and the German Julia Behrens in fourth. So that concludes the B finals. Next up is the business end, the A finals. So Vicky Holland, we're just about getting our breath back, aren't we, after those
Are we?
2...
Not yet.
We've still got some athletes down on the sofa. They aren't in a rush to move, and rightly so. As we get some Freddie Mercury going out over the speakers here, and a couple of the Spanish athletes just going and saying hello to, I think, some of their supporters round in the corner.
Yeah, it's great. There's so many athletes sort of just jogging around the track and giving high fives, and there are so many triathlon fans here today, and a lot of them are children, and this is exactly what this event can do. It can really inspire a new generation of triathletes, and seeing the professional athletes who've just raced their hearts out spend some time giving out some high fives, I think that's just really special and really important.
Yeah, I mentioned Cassandre Beaugrand doing it earlier. She's been here all week and she's been signing autographs. She was handing photos out. They've had these big murals of the French Olympic team. I mean, you talk about legacy. We talked about it with London 2012, didn't we? An awful lot about what that meant going forward. And I feel like the French public, the French crowd are just getting behind these athletes in a way they've never done before.
They're absolutely living that legacy right now. They're sort of in the prime moment for that, aren't they? So coming up to a year post-Paris that was so successful for them, not just in the way they executed the whole Olympic Games, but in the success they brought back in terms of medals as a home nation. So they really are living that legacy right now. And an athlete like Cassandre Beaugrand, she's really warmed into this role that she now has as a superstar and a role model and an icon of French sport. That's something that she's had to grow into. She'll admit it's not something that she would choose. It's not a role in her life that she really wanted, but she accepts that with the success she's had, she has a responsibility to that, and she's done brilliantly. As you said correctly, Matt, she's been here all week. She's been engaging with fans. She's been signing autographs and doing interviews, doing a brilliant job of just being the face of triathlon that she really is.
It's certainly why all the fans are here today, to get a glimpse at their hero.
Leading the technical team today are technical delegate Miguel Alejandro.
So we've got the technical delegation coming out for these finals. There they are.
In the long walk.
Yeah, they're making this transition zone look a lot slower, aren't they, than we're used to seeing it.
I mean, we don't wish to be disparaging to the officials, who of course do an incredible job in these events, absolutely couldn't run without them. But yes, it does highlight how fast the athletes are going when you watch someone walk it.
Absolutely, right, so they make their way to their positions. We're about to get our men's finalists out shortly. So let's have a look then, shall we, at the start list for the men's final. Vicky Holland, Hayden Wilde. He's got a lot to do, hasn't he, in this final? I think that's fair to say.
I think what we saw it in the women's racing about how you can expose someone whose swimming isn't perhaps as good and you can really make a break happen. We haven't so much seen that in the men's racing, but Hayden did get put under a little bit of pressure in his heat earlier on today, and he had to work quite hard on the bike, but he still very much comes into this as the favourite. He is the current world #1. He is the reigning Olympic silver medalist. He has a bronze medal from Tokyo Olympics as well. He's shown himself really to be the most versatile athlete in the world, and winning today would just cement that.
Let's talk about Henry Graf, who just came out as well. He is a very, very impressive young German athlete. He's part of that mixed relay team that finished first in Abu Dhabi. He was 4th in the individual event. He's coming in red-hot form, and he's looked really good today, hasn't he?
He has. He did well at the World Under-23 Championships last year as well, so he shows he's still a very young athlete. But he's a really rangy athlete, and he's one of the athletes who'll be trying to put Hayden under pressure early. He'll be trying to go with someone like a Mitch Kolkman, who we expect to lead out our swim. And those athletes can put real pressure on someone like Hayden behind. Don't make it easy for him. They'll want to go really hard and make him chase them.
Yeah, you can pretty much bet that Mitch Kolkman is going to be there or thereabouts, certainly at the end of the swim.
He's been our fastest swimmer today. He was our fastest swimmer last year. You know, he was hitting about a 1:57, 1:58 coming out of the water for the 200. So I would expect to see him be our leader.
Certainly would. Right.
Leo Fernandez made the final again, and he again must be pretty much our youngest athlete, bar the man who's about to follow him. This is David Lang, and I've been raving about this lad today because he is still coming out of those junior ranks. 4th at World Juniors last year, and he's raced his heart out today, and he's raced so smartly and so maturely. I've been really impressed with what he's done.
Yeah, when you consider the age and the event, it's a very, very impressive performance. The question now, though, for the likes of Lang and those men in the final is how much do they have left in the tank? Because this is where it really, really matters.
Athletes, you're now in the hands of the starter.
So the men's final here in Lievin gets underway. It's a 200-metre swim, 8 lengths of this 25-metre pool. And already we've got eyes on Mitch Kolkman, who looks... I want to say he's in front. I'm trying to find which one he is.
Yeah, no, I think Mitch Kolkman is on the very, very far side of the pool, but he's got company.
He certainly does. Duval of France there making the turn.
Of course, yes, Antoine Duval, incredibly classy swimmer as well. And then in the very middle of the pool, wearing those German colours, that's Henry Graf. That's the long, rangy stroke that I talked about. And it is funny with swimming, it's often the ones who look the easiest in the water are actually the ones who are the fastest. It sort of seems counterintuitive. They don't look fast, but they are super fast.
And what we're seeing now is we're seeing a few of the athletes here take control of their lane. They're out in front of their lane partner, as it were. I mean, sharing a lane quite unusual in triathlon, Vicky.
Very much so, not something we're used to at all. And someone like Mitch Coltman, we should say, he's got a real disadvantage because he is the fastest swimmer in the field, but he's having to swim up against the wall. There's no lane rope, there's nothing there to protect him from the wash that's coming off at the wall against him. And he's got 12 athletes in that pool making a huge amount of wash, and he's having to sort of absorb it as it comes off the wall. So there's no question that'll be slowing him down. I wonder if it's going to take the edge off the times that we might have expected to see from him.
It won't surprise you. Oh, there you go. You can just see there, can't you, in shot, the two athletes sharing a lane, neck and neck. And that's exactly what we're talking about.
And that won't be helping them either. That will be making them slower. And those two athletes, one of whom was Hayden Wilde. Hayden Wilde looking a long way down right now, just crossing paths with Mitch Coltman going in the opposite direction, and that could be critical. This is what we talked about. This is the Cassandre Beaugrand style of racing. Are they going to be able to get a gap that he just can't get back to?
So Coltman makes that look pretty effortless, actually, getting out the pool.
I make it, he touched again in about a 157, 158, and again, considering he's in an outside lane, incredibly impressive swimming.
And certainly from Hayden Wilde's point of view, as he gets, well, pretty much last out of the pool there.
So we're just waiting for a time split to come up still. 14 seconds out of that swim. Now that really could be decisive. This is where Hayden Wilde has to be his very best. A, through transition, and B, out onto the bike.
He's certainly leaving a lot to do, but let's focus our attention, shall we, right at the front. Mitch Coltman leads. He's been used to over the last few races we've seen here today. He goes out hard. He'll go out first and fast, and that looks exactly like what he's doing now.
Exactly, that's been his method through the heats, it's been his method through the semi-finals. He's going out hard, he's making other people chase him, and that has helped him every single race. There's a really specific reason, why he's doing that now as well. He has got 3/4 of a lap on Hayden Wilde. We can see the whole lap where we're stood here. He's got 3/4 of a lap on Hayden already. Hayden has got his work cut out here. He needs to absolutely give everything on the bike to just make it back in the pack.
It's fair to say Hayden Wilde looked very, very good on the run across today. So
yeah, he's looked very in control, hasn't he?
Exactly. We might have a lot left in the tank, but this form of triathlon seems to be exposing his swimming ability as things stand.
We did see him do an interview after the semi-final where he sort of, with a little smirk, acknowledged that his pool swimming isn't really his forte, and unfortunately he's found himself up against some of the best pool swimmers in triathlon today, and that's why he's found himself exposed here. What he's doing very well though is he's keeping that pressure on, and he's slowly making his way back up to that main big group. So there are the 3 athletes away at the front. We've got Mitch Coltman, Henry Graff, and the young... Is it young? No, of course it's not. Sorry, it's Antoine Duval. Sorry, my bad. It's my mistake. It is Antoine Duval who's in that pack as well. So those 3 are at the front and they are away. Then there is most of the other athletes are in one main pack, and then behind that we've got Hayden. Hayden's now only about 40 metres or so behind that main group.
Yeah, David Lang, part of that group as well, holding his own, the young Luxembourg athletes here in Lievin. All right, so we've got 8 laps left to go. It really does go past in the blink of an eye here. You blink and you miss it.
You get a bit
really
dizzy watching it, don't you? Sort of, hang on, where's the front again?
Yeah, kind of makes the audience look like they're watching tennis rather than triathlon. But
yeah.
There we go. So,
and 200 metres on the track when you're on a road bike and when they're absolutely going full gas, it goes by so fast.
So that leading group seems to be sharing the load out in front.
That's exactly what they should be doing if they want to go into T2 here with a healthy gap on the likes of Hayden Wilde and those athletes coming from behind. They have to share the workload. They know that someone like Hayden is going to be working incredibly hard behind them, and they've got no choice but to work together.
Yeah, Graff in that group now, who's just going out in front. He's got experience in this distance. He was 5th in 2022, but he's also done very, very well in the Triathlon Championships as well, where they're stationary on a bike, stationary on the treadmill. So he knows what it takes to do very, very well at this super sprint distance.
Yeah, and added to that, he's just become renowned. Even though he's still quite a young athlete, he's become really renowned for his bike strength and his bike power. I've heard other athletes talk about how hard it is to race against him when he's really going for it. So he's putting that to good use here.
He certainly is. 2 laps left of the bike, and we've definitely got a couple of groups. They've got that group out in front, currently led by Coltman, who's, to be fair to him, is holding his own, isn't he?
He really is holding his own. And then this chase pack we've got, for the last couple of laps, I think Shasha Sagiv has sat on the front of that pack, and I'm really surprised that someone like Hayden Wilde hasn't taken upon himself to try and go to the front and push it on. Now, he had to put in a really big effort, of course, to get onto that group, but his chances of winning surely rely on him being a little bit closer to the front.
Yeah, he's second from last, actually, at the back with James Edgar of Ireland. So this will be fascinating to see what happens. But let's look at the transition zone. Graf is in there. The rest of the athletes all arrive. There's a bit of traffic. It's kind of chaotic as you see the bikes clashing with each other.
Yeah, certain athletes racking whilst other athletes are trying to exit. Hayden Wilde having a really sluggish transition here, and he's normally incredibly slick at this point of the race.
He's got it all to do then on this run as Mitch Coltman leads them out on 5 laps of this 200-metre track. Graf in second and Duval in third.
I mean, we'll never write off Hayden Wilde. We know what he can do on the run, and a kilometre is still 2.5 minutes or so, a little bit more of running. But he has put himself in a really difficult position here. He's going to have to overtake 10 athletes if he wants to make it to the front.
We're going to get the pleasure of Hayden Wilde on the T100 this year. We know he's been training hard for Singapore in a few weeks' time, in the heat and in the humidity. This is a very different type of race. He will, however, as the highest ranked athlete, hope to be better, hope to get further forward here, and hope to have a say on what happens in the final few stages.
I mean, we know he hasn't peaked for this event. We know where his focus lies this year, and it is with the T100, as well as trying to do as well as he can do in the World Series, the short course racing. So this is a bit of a sharpener race, he said, but because it's Hayden and because we know how versatile he is and how well he races almost every single time he takes to the start line, we expect him to win. That's just how we feel about Hayden. He's now just starting to make his way around that pack, but he's not gaining on those leaders at anywhere near the pace that he needs to if he wants to win this race.
Well, you might there have heard the cheers of the French crowd because they realise that they've got a French athlete here with a very, very good chance of winning. You can see the MC raising his hands here in the stadium. Antoine Duval here in second has got an excellent chance as he's on the back of Mitch Coltman, Henry Graf just behind, the three of them leading this final here in Lievin and looking very, very good. I think it's going to be these three as we see a pretty big gap between the group behind.
Yeah, that gap hasn't come down anywhere near fast enough, and I just think these three have done enough. Antoine Duval was 9th here last year, but he hasn't really done anything other than European Cup podium, so this would be his highest level of achievement were he to podium here today. And it's worth saying, he did not look good in the heats earlier today. He's looked incredible in this final.
He has, but you know who's looked even better? Henry Graf, who is absolutely marching on the back straight here. He looks in fantastic shape as he's reaching this final few corners.
And Antoine Duval's gone for one last surge to really try and secure that silver medal.
But you know what? Henry Graf, who was here last year, he made the final. But you know what? This is his time. Henry Graf wins in Lievin, and he is the T1 Indoor World Cup champion for 2025. What a sprint finish that was. Duval from France in second, Coltman in third, and Leo Fernandez in fourth.
That was some racing. Hayden there crossing the line in fifth. There was a real bunch sprint from that pack behind. There was a lot of them coming in really close to one another, but that is why this type of racing is so exciting, because it shows anything can happen. Yes, Henry Graf was one of the favourites, but he was not our nailed-on favourite. Our nailed-on favourite any day of the week for this race was Hayden Wilde, and Henry Graf has shown what you can do if you take this race by the neck. Him, Mitch Coltman and Antoine Duval absolutely deserve their podium results today after the way they took that race on.
One final look behind him when he realised he'd won here in Lievin.
just continues an early but fantastic start to the season for Henry Graf. He hasn't put a foot wrong so far this year, and just got to wonder what more we're going to see from this young athlete.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, didn't we? The quality of German athletes coming through on the men's and the women's side. It's a really good time for German triathlon right now.
It really is, and I think that's just hammered home by the fact they are the mixed team relay, both world and Olympic champions at the moment.
All right, so confirmation then that Graf wins. He's in first place. Second was Antoine Duval. Mitch Kolkman of the Netherlands in third. Leo Fernandez in fourth. Very, very good result for him. Disappointment, I'm sure, for Hayden Wilde, although, as we mentioned, he might not quite have been in this sort of form for this type of event coming here. And Nathan Greal of France also in seventh. So lovely to see Kolkman and Graf there just sat on the sofa, kind of just talking about what a final that was, because they pushed each other right to the end. And really good to see, actually, Mitch Kolkman, who he's taken the initiative, hasn't he, in the races we've seen. And it was good to see him rewarded.
Yeah, he's had a formula today. He's done it every single time he's raced, and he's been truly rewarded for that. And I really enjoyed seeing that. I enjoyed seeing him say, well, I'm going to have to play this to my strengths. My strength is the fact that I am the best swimmer, so I'm going to give it all on the swim, and I'm going to try and force a break. And even if I don't get a break, I'm going to go really hard at the start of the bike and make other people work hard to catch me. And every single time he's done it, he's been rewarded, none more so than taking home a bronze medal today.
Yeah, you think about where we are in the season. What a great way to start your year with that success in Abu Dhabi, and then also success here. It just sets you up, doesn't it, for a brilliant season to come.
Yeah, it really does. And I know the German team have gone in pretty hard with their training early on this season. They've already spent a lot of time away on training camps. They've been in Africa, in South Africa, I believe. They've also been in Namibia at altitude. So they're not coming here sort of warming into the season. They're coming here fit and ready, and it's really showing. There we go. We've got our mascot wearing the local team's tri-suit. That is the Lievin sports team, the triathlon tri-suit.
It looks pretty good. I saw they were for sale in the foyer. I thought I might pick,
one? Yeah.
Thought I might pick myself up one.
We're going to get you entering a triathlon now.
Oh, well, yeah.
An indoor one.
Yeah, it might be a while before it's this one. Pretty unique. So the fans being asked to pick up their phones with their lights. It looks pretty good, doesn't it?
It does. It looks great. It's literally bouncing.
It literally is bouncing.
The lights are bouncing.
Actually trying to work out what the mascot is, or who the mascot is. Some sort of animal. I don't know.
I'm not sure if it's just meant to be a little guy. Yeah, it's just a...
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah. He was turned away from me. I'm sorry. Sorry to
that
the
was his
gelled
up spiky hair, And again, in the background there, we just saw some of the male athletes who just competed, stopping, signing autographs, giving high fives around the track. Just such a great atmosphere here, and it's such a great day for the fans.
So this event continues to be very, very unique. And here's hoping we see plenty more of this in the future, because it is a wonderful, wonderful event here in Lievin. All right, so time for our final race of the evening. And it is the race that I'm sure the fans here are most excited for. It's their chance to cheer on their home hero, Cassandre Beaugrand. And Vicky Holland alongside me throughout the whole of today. It's hard to look past Cassandre, isn't it, in this final?
It is, but I mean, we said that about Hayden, didn't we? Cassandre has looked brilliant all day. She's lapped the field in both of the races that she's done. She's been able to take the run at a canter She will face stiffer competition now, I'm almost certain of it. But what's going to be really interesting is if she can team up with someone like Zuzana Michalikova, because she's a really fantastic swimmer as well, and maybe the two of them could put some damage, put some time into the likes of Laura Lindemann, Nina Im, Rose Maria Tapia Vidal, of course. Those are the athletes that they need to watch out for on the run.
They certainly do, and I guess, you know, I mean, Beaugrand has been super impressive throughout today, but it is fair to say she hasn't been pushed.
No,
and
she's
either
not been
that's
put under pressure, has she? She's had it completely her own way up until now. That said, the athlete that she is, the all-round competitor that she is now, I don't think she will mind being put under pressure. Personally, I think as a fan of the sport, I would love to see that right now. I'd love to see that pressure being put onto Cassandra and us come down to something pretty special, some fireworks at the end of the race. But yeah, I think Cassandre Beaugrand goes in as favourite, and I think Laura Lindemann will fancy herself as maybe causing an upset.
Welcome the women athletes of the final of the 2025 T1 Indoor Triathlon World Cup.
Well, as the highest ranked athlete, they're going to get to see Cassandre Beaugrand first. And let's listen in for the reaction to their Olympic champion.
The bronze medalist, 2024 Paris Olympic Games gold medalist and world champion, Cassandre Beaugrand.
Must be nice coming home to an event like this.
Yeah, and having those sort of accolades of yours read out never gets old when you sort of are running to the start line and hearing people say the things that you've done, and hopefully she's getting to the point where she can sort of soak that up and really enjoy that now.
So, out of the athletes here, who would you put your money on causing the biggest challenge to Cassandre Beaugrand?
I don't think I could look past Laura Lindemann. I think ranked 4th athlete going into this final, but I really think she's won here before. She won here last year in a really tight sprint finish. She is renowned for her ability over short distance racing. She's been a member of countless mixed team relays for Germany, most notably, of course, the Olympic Games, in which she won a sprint finish, meaning she has an Olympic gold medal, as well as Cassandre Beaugrand. I think that she will fancy her chances here, and as I said about the whole German team, I know they've been away on a couple of big training camps already this year. They're coming into this race fit. They are ready to go, and I think Laura Lindemann will fancy herself for an upset.
Yeah, last year's champion, I'm sure, will have something to say about giving the French fans something to cheer about. So the last few athletes make their way out. Michalikova as well. I'm excited to see what she's got in the swim. She swam so well today.
Yeah, it's the two athletes in the blue swimsuits that we're going to be looking at in the middle of the pool. Those two are the fastest two. They have been the fastest two across all the heats and semis so far. And also on the far side of the pool, we'll have Jolien Vermeulen as well, and she's another athlete who's got an incredible swim.
So the women's final underway here in Lievin. It's going to be an epic swim this, Vicky Holland. Take us through these opening stages.
It's almost off the dive, isn't it? Straight away we saw Zuzana Michalikova and Cassandre Beaugrand get almost half a body length on the athletes that they were racing next to. They've both got such speed, especially in those first 50 metres, but over a 200-metre race they can really back that up too, and those two they're a whole body length ahead of their closest competitor right now.
Yeah, it's the battle of the swimmers at the moment, because both of them look very good as we approach the 75-metre mark. Neck and neck, it has to be said, between Beaugrand and Michalikova at the moment.
And then on the far side of the pool, we've got Jolien Vermeulen, but again, she's got that tough lane draw. She's in the very outside, so that is the slowest place to swim. You're facing having all that water wash off the wall and back against you. And on top of that, she's got an athlete, I think that's Nora Muir, right next to her, so she's almost on her hips, which will be slowing her down just a little bit as well.
Yeah, we should mention, as you would probably expect, this is a temporary pool, so the sides, certainly on the edges, obviously at the ends where they're touching, are firm and solid, but on the sides they are moving. It's a very impressive video of the time lapse of that pool being made.
It's also a really difficult pool to swim in general, because normally in a pool you have a black line to follow along the bottom, and you have a T at the end of the pool and also on the edge of the pool as well. So as you come in, you can sort of sight off that. They have a really faint line on the bottom of the pool and nothing on the end, so there isn't really a T to follow. When I did this race last year, I found it really hard to sight the edge of the pool and know when to turn. So that's something that just makes it just a little bit harder again.
And turning so often as well.
Vermeulen's put in a cracking last 50 meters
she has,
because she was
she?
considerably behind Michalikova and Cassandre Beaugrand, and it looks like after I spoke about how she's got the hardest place to swim, she's proving it doesn't matter where you put her in the pool, she's going to come out at the front.
So this is fantastic to see. Beaugrand has not had it all, or she has had it all her own way so far today, but she's been absolutely challenged out of the swim. Vermeulen actually leads them into this first transition zone. Beaugrand in second and Michalikova in third.
Yeah, now up until this point, every time we've seen Cassandre Beaugrand get on the bike, she's taken a lap on the whole field. We saw Michalikova do that as well in her semi-final. They haven't got the same level of gap right now. There is the three of them though, so if they can really press on now, it's got to be a swift transition, then they could get away and make a little pack of three.
Beaugrand gets away well from the first transition zone. She's out in front. Vermeulen maybe had a problem
Yeah, that
there.
wasn't fast at all from Vermeulen, and she was right in the mix with these other two athletes, and now she finds herself on the bike in about 7th position, so that's really cost her. And again, it just highlights the value of transitions in this level of racing. Her opportunity to be in a breakaway 3 has just disappeared because she didn't get transition right.
Mark your cards as well. Kasia Shah, she is excellent on the bike. She was 14 seconds behind coming out the swim, but I would bet that she will be able to catch up here and make her way near or near enough to the front to be a factor come the run.
You're absolutely right, and it is actually the other Swiss athlete at the moment, Norg Muir, and she's putting in a phenomenal effort to try and catch up to Cassandre Beaugrand and Zuzana Michalikova. So it could be a different 3 than we expected out onto the bike, but it could be a 3 quite soon. She hasn't even put her feet in yet. That shows how hard she's going. She hasn't had time to actually take a amendment and put her feet in. So it will be, she'll be getting less power transfer through her pedals by not doing that, but she would also have to freewheel and stop pedaling for a couple of seconds if she wanted to. So there we go. At that moment, she's just made it on to the back of that pack. So we've now got the race split almost into 3s. We've got a 3 at the front, a 3 chasing behind, and then another 3 behind that.
Beaugrand on her new bike for this season. It's gold, and it's got, it's pretty good. You should check it out on her Instagram. It's got Cassandre Beaugrand written on the top, Olympic champion and world champion. And in times of strife, when she's struggling on the bike, she can look down at that and go, do you know what, I've got this.
Yeah, hopefully it gives her a little boost as and when she maybe needs it.
And actually there, she's happy to let the others take the lead and to do a bit of the work out in front.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, those 3 athletes are going to be better off if they work together. It's exactly what we saw in the men's final with those 3 athletes. They shared that lead and it paid off for them. And these 3 athletes will be thinking exactly the same.
They certainly will. So it's 14 laps in total, 2.8 kilometres on this bike part of the leg.
Now those 4 German athletes in that chasing pack, and they are gaining. They are coming closer and closer. We're only halfway through the bike leg now, and it's Lena Meissner on the front of that group, followed by Nina Eim. We've also, of course, got Lara Lindemann in that group as well, and it looks like they're going to get within range of them. They're getting pretty close now.
Yeah, 5 Germans in the final. A tremendous showing from Team Germany here in Lievin. And Beaugrand has taken the initiative slightly here. She's split away from the pack.
I mean, absolute hats off to Cassandre Beaugrand. She's an athlete that has never been renowned as being the strongest on the bike, but I know it's something she's worked incredibly hard on for the last couple of seasons to remove that sort of tag that came with her, that she was the swimmer and the runner and not a cyclist. And she's just showing it here again. She's gone, no, you're not having it that easy. You're not catching up. I'm going to put my head down and go again. And yeah, I absolutely take my hat off to her for having a real dig like that. She doesn't need to. She's thought of as the best runner. She could be saving her legs right now, but she's not.
Yeah, you mentioned her running there. We've mentioned it already today, but she set a new French record in the 5K. So she will feel very, very confident she's got what it takes on this 1 kilometre course to do amazing things in front of this French crowd. All right, so we're nearing the end of the bike leg. Gemur out in front at the moment. Beaugrand there in second and Mikalichkova still in third.
Yeah, that chase pack behind those now only about 20 to 30 metres behind them. So we've only got 2 laps to go on the bike. But it seems like any second now we're going to be one large pack of 9 athletes. So I just counted them correctly. 9 athletes are all going to come together as they head into T2.
Yeah, it's so quick here. It goes by in a flash. And it's quite easy to lose track of where these athletes are. But Cassandre Beaugrand knows she's at the front. She started to unstrap her feet from her cycling shoes. She gets off the bike and makes her way into this second transition zone.
She did really well there. She put herself back to the front. She wasn't on the front with half a lap to go, and she moved herself around the outside as she undid her feet, took her feet out of her shoes. Smooth transition from Cassandra out onto the run first. That's what we know that she's capable of. She's always super slick and smooth in transition. And she's saying now to everyone else, if you want to take this from me, you've got to come after me.
Yeah, she is certainly setting the pace here, Cassandre Beaugrand. As I mentioned, the first time really she's been challenged in the race today. Across all of today, I should say. She's got Vermeulen there just for company, right tucked in behind her.
Yeah, Vermeulen's not letting go. I mean, they've only done 1 lap on the run. They've still got 4 to go, but she's putting in a really good account of herself. And of course, in third place, that is the figure of Laura Lindemann. Now, we expected her to at least be close to Beaugrand come the latter stages of the race, and she is still just about tacking onto the back.
Yeah, do not discount her because she did exactly this in the final last year. She wasn't leading at any point apart from when it really, really mattered, and that was in the closing stages where she took the win.
Yeah, Cassandre Beaugrand has just started to gap those girls now. She's put her foot down just a little bit. She's got such a beautiful, rangy stride. It doesn't look like she's sprinting, but she's running away from some absolutely classy athletes here.
What do they have to answer to this pace from Beaugrand? What can Laura Lindemann, last year's champion, do? What can Vermeulen of Belgium do? Do they have an answer?
Right now, I would say it's looking unlikely. I mean, behind them, we've got Annika Koch, who looks to be making a bit of a breakaway from the group she was running in. But she's only got a couple of laps to run if she wants to get herself onto the podium. And Vermeulen is the one who's looking to start to struggle. She's going to have to hold on if she doesn't want to get caught and have that bronze medal snatched away from her.
And actually, right here, that's Beaugrand lapping Mikalichkova. They were neck and neck in the swim. But that just goes to show what an amazing runner Cassandre Beaugrand is to catch up like that.
I mean, right now, this isn't a contest. Cassandre Beaugrand has shown time and time again the class of athlete that she is. But she is racing against someone who is thought to be the best in the world at this distance of racing, this super sprint format. And she is making it look easy. She has taken about 50 metres out of her already. Absolutely unreal.
This is a masterclass from Cassandre Beaugrand. Every single person here in Lievin is up on their feet. They are cheering their French hero home. There is nothing that's going to stand in the way right now of Cassandre Beaugrand and being the champion here in Lievin. She goes round the final corner. There's tricolour flags everywhere you can see. And she will take the win. Cassandre Beaugrand wins here in Lievin. Oh, there she goes. She paused over the finish line. She takes the tape. Lindemann comes home in second.
And it was Koch who ended up getting that bronze medal. She overhauled Vermeulen just on the last lap there.
What a run from Koch at the end.
I mean, if anybody ever doubted that Cassandre Beaugrand was the best in the world, if anyone ever doubted that she was going to turn up this year and put her foot down and show her dominance once again, I think she's just silenced them.
She made that look easy. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
We saw how the likes of Hayden Wilde, also, very highly ranked athlete, made it look quite difficult in the final, but Cassandre Beaugrand...
World number one.
Well, yeah, it never looked in doubt, did it?
No, I mean, she just looked so in control. She put her foot down early. She was able to enjoy the applause, wave to the crowd there, as we can see, embrace those fireworks, turn around at their tape, take a little bow, and still win when no one else was even on the blue carpet yet. She's a different level of athlete right now.
This is one of the best over the lines we've seen for a while, isn't it? Don't know if she planned that, maybe she didn't. Kind of form she's in, she'd have a right to plan
when
it.
you're that good, maybe you do have to start sort of planning your celebrations. And there we go, straight away, up onto the stands and signing autographs, taking selfies, fulfilling her duties as their national heroine in triathlon.
So confirmation then of the results. Beaugrand finishes in first place, Lindemann, last year's champion, second, Annika Koch of Germany in third, and Vermeulen of Belgium in fourth, ahead of the two Germans of Nina Eim and Lena Meisner.
Yeah, that's 4 Germans in the top 6. It's an incredible packing from them, and we've spoken about it several times today, but the depth in their team is insane.
Yeah, what are they doing in those training camps that that other teams aren't doing? Because whatever
Training
they're doing
hard,
is working very, very well.
Yeah, they just seem to have a really good tight-knit group of athletes at the moment that get on and that want to train together and are happy. And I know for us in Great Britain that led to our best era of female triathletes, when we just had so many of us tightly packing events like this, was when we were just a really good group of friends as well as competitors, and we would push each other in training every day, but you're each other's social group as well. And if that's what they're starting to cultivate in Germany as well, then it's only going to lead to bigger and better things for them.
Yeah, we're looking at some highlights here of Cassandre Beaugrand's run. Absolutely phenomenal performance from the French athlete. And she's not done signing autographs either. She's doing her duty just down in front of us here from our commentary position. So we're going to hear from some athletes. Henry Graf is standing by.
Well, Henry, congratulations. What a race today. You did a fantastic race from the heats in the morning till the final, no?
Yeah, it was like a really, really great day for me. Yeah, but I really didn't believe I could win this race, to be honest. But yeah, me and Mitch, we talked before the race that that's the only way to beat Hayden is to get away on the bike and to swim. And that's what we planned and what we tried. And yeah, really happy it worked out. And yeah, I was quite suffering on the run, but I just tried to hang on and then throw everything I had in there on the last 200. And suddenly I was on the front, and yeah, it's really, really nice.
And it's your first World Cup win, so I guess that feels really good, no?
Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's my second ever World Cup even. And the year started really great for me, and now it's even better. So yeah, just really, really happy.
Congratulations, well done today.
Thank you. Yeah.
So Henry Graf there saying the only way to beat Hayden Wilde was to get ahead in the swim, and that's exactly what he did. All right, we got another interview standing by.
Antoine, what a race today. We saw the three of you working together to get a breakaway, both on the bike and on the run. And this is your best result ever in a World Cup, no?
Yeah, that's my first podium in World Cup, so I'm very happy with that. Yeah, in the swim, I had to push everything I had to try the breakaway with the two guys in front. And yeah, that's what he passed. So I retry to cooperate to stay in front of and the behind can come back. And yeah, after on the run, I tried to give everything to keep on the podium. And
really well done today. Congratulations.
Sorry?
Well done today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm not surprised he couldn't hear the interview there, because it has got really, really loud in here. I think we can hear from Mitch Kolkman, who's also standing by.
Mitch, you said after the semi-final that you will try to do your best in the final. You actually did deliver. How does that feel?
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, maybe I showed already a bit too much in the semis, but yeah, I really love to race this format, and yeah, I said we had to believe, and we made it happen. And breakaway, crazy scene. I'm just so happy.
Well done today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Sorry, what was the question?
No one can hear a thing.
If ever you needed an illustration, if ever you needed an illustration of how loud it is in here, someone being told congratulations and then asking what the question was is the perfect highlight of that moment.
Yeah, very good. So the fans, most of them I think are going to stay for the medal ceremony a little bit later on, just to see Cassandre Beaugrand on the top step. We've got music at the moment from Ursa Major, who were here for the opening ceremony. Just sort of reflections, Vicky, on this event, and you look out now, you see a packed out stadium full of fans. This is such a great event, isn't it, for triathlon?
It's just so unique to our sport. Like, we don't get this in our sport very often, and it's the sort of thing as an athlete you dream of, being able to race in a stadium like that. It's amazing. It's such a great atmosphere, and I just wish we could have more of it.
Superb. Right, let's hear from our
Cassandra,
women's champion.
congratulations. I guess that running in this atmosphere feels amazing, no?
Yeah, I can't hear very much. It's a bit of a nightclub here. Yeah, it was like crazy atmosphere. I loved it from the start to the finish. So I just enjoyed myself. I just went hard and I had so much fun. So yeah, that's most important.
And we saw in the semi-finals and the heats that you were trying to break away on the swim, but this time you had company when you went out on the bike, no?
I mean, it's a type of format I really like when it's like just fast and furious. So like, I was just like, it's what we love to do. So just go hard and you will see what's happened. And if I blow up, I blow up. So I'm just happy with my day today.
Congratulations, really well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, she said that, had a lot of fun. Looked like she had a lot of fun, for sure. All right, we can hear from Laura Lindemann now, who finished in second.
Laura, second today. I guess that this feels a little bit bitter after winning here last year, but it was a really good race at the end, like catching up with the top three girls that were out of the bike.
Yes, I'm very happy with my second place here, and yeah, I felt super tired in the third race, but I think everybody did, and yeah, I was just super happy that we could catch up on the bike, and then on the run I just tried my best and yeah, come home with the second place. I'm super happy with that.
And we had 4 Germans in the final. I guess that we're getting used to see more and more of you. Did you have team tactics with the Germans?
Yeah, we have a very strong German team, and that's a good thing. I think it puts some pressure on me as well, and yeah, I'm super happy that we could have 2 Germans also on the podium again, and yeah, shows that we are in the mix, and yeah, it's a lot of fun too.
Well done today, congratulations.
Thank you.
So the thoughts there of Laura Lindemann. We'll be able to get the thoughts of Annika Koch in a short while.
I'm really impressed they've actually managed to interpret all the questions so far, because it really has been so loud in this arena right now. I can see they're almost lip reading the questions that they're being asked, because it's just such a party atmosphere in here.
Yeah, it's the unenviable job of trying to be heard in this arena. All right, let's hear from Annika Koch, the German athlete.
Annika, we saw 4 Germans on the final. I guess that you were trying to have some team tactics here?
I actually did.
Yeah. You were trying the 4 Germans to do any tactics?
Yeah, we thought that maybe some will have a gap after the swim. So we thought about working together on the bike to close that gap. Yeah, and yeah, in the end I think it was one big group, so it worked out. Even I didn't do that much on the bike, but Nina and Lena did a great job, and yeah, I think it was a good position for all the Germans, and yeah.
Well done today, congratulations.
Thank you.
So I think that concludes our interviews down in the zone, just where the athletes are hanging out after their race. The band are maybe about to finish, which for the good of everyone's voices in here might be a good thing. But they've been brilliant all day, so hats off to Ursa Major there.
Serious light show to finish off as well. They really are building this up, aren't they, to grand finale.
Yeah, they really, really are. Well, there we go. The music stops just as the interviews are finished, and that's
timing.
And that's what you call timing.
Yes.
All right. So our plan of action here, we're going to have the medal ceremonies. I thought it was interesting what Cassandre Beaugrand was saying there. She had so much fun, and as we reach this point, Vicky, in the year, it's the start of 2025. We've got an Olympic cycle, obviously just starting now. This year is an interesting year, isn't it, for athletes? How would you have approached this year, just after an Olympics?
Yeah, you know, you do work in 4-year cycles when you're an Olympic athlete, and the year post-Olympics is almost kind of your time to breathe a little bit, and that didn't happen in the last Olympic cycle because we had a short cycle with the delay of the Tokyo Games. So it was only 3 years between Tokyo and Paris, and it meant that people kind of didn't get that opportunity to take their foot off the gas a little bit and try and just make sure that the events they were doing were really the ones that they enjoyed. This time round, athletes are getting that opportunity, and you know, maybe we wouldn't have seen Cassandre Beaugrand at an event like this a couple of years ago, whereas now she's saying, I want to do an event that's really fun for me. And that's also really important. She's achieved so much. If she's going to continue to be the level of athlete and the superstar that she's shown to be already, she needs to keep it fresh. She needs to enjoy what she's doing, the process of training, but also the races that she's entering. And so coming to an event like this on home soil, where she's treated like the superstar she is, and where she engages with fans and gives back to the triathlon community and gets something back from it herself, that's everything, and that's exactly what she should be doing this year.
When did you start to think about the next Olympics?
Oh, when I crossed the finish line from the last one. No, probably not quite that soon, but it always was, you know, a project. I remember finishing in London 2012 and having a really strong desire to go to another Olympics, and this time to be a contender. So whilst, you know, maybe my actual planning of how I was going to get there took a little bit longer, I had that moment, you know, as soon as that Games was done. After Rio, it was a bit different. I allowed myself a little bit of time to enjoy what I'd been able to do there, but then immediately, yeah, I was straight into, okay, how am I going to get to the next Olympics? But, you know, you break that down. I wanted to try and target World Championships in between those 2 Olympics, and essentially that's what I ended up doing.
Yeah, to us mere mortals, 4 years sounds a really, really long time to be focused on a goal. But
I mean, it is as an athlete as well, and it's amazing how much difference that 1 year made when it was the delay for the Tokyo Games. And I've said it before, it was incredibly impressive, the people who came out in Tokyo and delivered after the interruptions we'd had, the delays we'd had, how hard it was to build up to that Olympics, to still come out and deliver at those games, I think was really incredibly impressive. And I certainly wasn't an athlete who managed to do that. I didn't perform at Tokyo in the way I'd hoped to do. And it was incredibly hard, not only because it was a 5-year cycle, but because of obviously everything that came with that, with the COVID era as well.
Yeah, so Cassandre Beaugrand will absolutely, you can bet, be focusing on that Olympic Games.
Yeah,
we've never
had a woman retain the Olympic title. The only person who's ever done that is Alistair Brownlee. So there will be a few athletes now hoping to do that. Of course, Alex Yee will be hoping to do the same in LA, and Cassandre Beaugrand, of course, in the females.
She absolutely will. And then it's interesting, actually, to contrast our 2 champions, isn't it? Henry Graf, much younger, will be looking to go better than he did. I mean, obviously, he was he's part of the team, wasn't he? But
yes, that won that won in Abu Dhabi this year. He wasn't
exactly.
part of the Olympic
wasn't
team.
part of the Olympic Games. Apologies.
Correct, yeah.
Getting them slightly mixed up. Right, we've got our medal ceremony just about to start. The athletes being walked into the middle.
By some interesting outfits as well.
Yeah, I think we are in a coal mining hotspot here.
I see.
Historically.
So it's a nod to the region.
Yes, I think so.
World Triathlon elected president. Presenting gifts is Antoine Silly, vice president of the Région Hauts-de-France. Presenting flowers is Cédric Gosse, French Triathlon Federation president.
Superb performance from Annika Koch of Germany. Third place for her.
She obviously overhauled Jolien Vermeulen late on that final lap to take home a medal today, so that'll be pretty special that she knows she had to dig really deep for that, and she very easily could have settled for fourth, but she said not today, thank you, and she's been rewarded for her efforts.
There you go. I think that's a trophy with a nod to the coal industry in this area.
That's something to pack in your suitcase to get home.
It's going to be quite hard to take home and not
know.
get it broken, I think.
I hope they haven't got luggage allowances.
Hop in her car over to Germany.
Representing Germany, Laura Lindemann.
Laura Lindemann then finishing second, said she was pretty happy with that performance, and I guess when you're up against the likes of Cassandre Beaugrand, you know, it's a very, very good result, isn't it, for her?
She seemed genuinely pleased, didn't she? She seemed like she knew she'd given all she could, and she put in a really good account of herself there. And as we said, Cassandre Beaugrand is just on another level right now, and there's probably a little bit of an acceptance of that as well when she looks at her silver medal.
In first place, and the winner of the gold medal at the 2025 T1 Indoor Triathlon World Cup Lievin, representing France, Cassandre Beaugrand.
So the crowd showing their approval for Cassandre Beaugrand. To be honest, if you look back at all of the heats, the semi-finals and the final, kind of never looked in doubt, did it?
She was never ever really put under any serious pressure. She had a bit of company on the bike on that final race, but she was the first out of transition, first into and first out of transition for the run, that final run. Oh, there we go, someone's got the giant Cassandra head. And yeah, she just never was challenged again, and I think that just shows the dominance that she's got right now and where she's at in her career. She really is in this golden spot.
Please rise if you can for the playing of the national anthem of France.
It's an anthem we're going to get used to hearing an awful lot, you sense, don't you, in triathlon over the coming years. Cassandre Beaugrand, our champion here, the T1 Indoor World Cup winner.
Three very, very deserving medalists there. They were fantastic all day, all three of them. And a great start to their seasons, although it's actually Cassandra's first race, whereas the other two have already raced. So, yeah, all of them now well underway with their triathlon seasons in 2025.
Yeah, we've had a good start to the year, but it's fair to say we're entering into the meat of the season. We've got the T100 coming up in a couple of weeks in Singapore. Plenty to mark your calendars over the coming months.
Cassandra there just having her trophy taken away from her and being replaced with a pen. I think that's just a sign of where she's at, right? I'll take that from you. Now you need to go and sign some more autographs, please, and make some more fans happy.
Yeah, don't think you're going home just yet, Cassandra.
You're not done
gonna
yet.
Sign everything until everyone is happy.
Yeah.
It's a So she makes her way over to the far corner, and actually to her giant face, which I imagine as an athlete, or even as anyone, never gets normal seeing your face magnified like that.
I mean, it's never happened to me, but I'm not sure if you would find it amazing or a bit disconcerting seeing a giant version of your face looking out at you from the crowd.
It is slightly bizarre. I'm sure we can organise it, Vicky, for next year.
I think that would be weird.
I think it might be.
It's just lovely for the people who have stayed to really sing the Marseillaise with Cassandre Beaugrand. You saw her singing there on the podium, and then cheer her on and want to gain those moments to have a selfie and a few words and to maybe get an autograph. That she's rewarding them now by going over to spend some time with them and doing that.
She's done a lot of selfies, hasn't she? Today?
She has done a lot of selfies.
She's got
now,
very
yeah.
good at the.
She probably knows the right angles and all of that. Yeah.
All right. So, as Cassandre Beaugrand continues to sign autographs, our attention is going to turn to the men's ceremony. So Mitch Kolkman then taking third place. He's sort of become a bit of a specialist here in Lievin, I think you'd say. He had brilliant results over the last couple of years, and good to see him on the podium in 2025.
Yeah, you could see how delighted he was in his interview. He sort of said, I knew this was the tactic we had to play, but I didn't think it was actually going to pay off. And I love that. He went all in anyway, knowing it only had a small chance of actually coming off and them holding off the likes of Hayden. But it worked, and he's been so rewarded for that effort. And yeah, I'm sure he is absolutely delighted to take home that medal today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a great format for that. You know, if you go all out, you're never gonna wander, are you? If you're on the train home wondering, what if I'd given a bit more? This is a format that absolutely lends itself to going all out.
Yeah, to being brave and being bold. And again, Cassandre said that in her interview. She said, I'm going to go all in, and what's the worst that can happen? I blow up. And obviously that didn't happen to her, but it really is. That's the only bad thing that could possibly happen. And so, yeah, it's worth having a good go.
Antoine Duval in second. Great to see a French athlete on the men's podium.
Yeah, that gives the home crowd even more things to cheer about and to celebrate at this moment. You know, of course they expected success in the female side, but in the male side it was a bit more uncertain where or if it may come, where it may come from, I should say. But Antoine Duval has delivered today. As I said, he didn't look good in his heat this morning. He looked a bit tight on the run, quite a short, choppy stride. And I remember thinking when he set out onto the run in the final, it looked like a different athlete. He really looked like he found his form, and I guess that's the incentive of having had a brilliant swim bike so far and thinking, I'm in with a shout here.
Yeah, superb result from him, 148th in the world. But our winner this evening in the men's final, Henry Graf of Germany. A superb performance from the German. And I'm sure plenty of exciting things to come from him over the coming years.
Graf today has been superb, and again I think he was shocked. He didn't expect to walk away the victor today, and such is the reputation and gravitas of an athlete like Hayden Wilde. Everyone knows how difficult it is to compete against him over pretty much any distance. But Henry Graf again was incredibly brave today and has been rewarded.
Certainly has. So, the anthem of Germany.
We are now welcoming back on stage our elite women for the champagne celebration.
All right, well, Vicky Holland, it's been an absolute pleasure to be with you here in Lievin. Final words to you. What are you going to take away from this event?
Oh gosh, I'm going to take away the party atmosphere. I'm going to talk about how amazing an event they put on here. And I'm going to take away that Cassandre Beaugrand is absolutely at the top of her game.
She certainly is. All right, from all of us here in Lievin, thank you so much for your company this evening. Goodbye for now.
I'm a savage. Drop the classic. Thinking back. To establish. It's all the magic. Got a magic. Who was that? Living legend.